always in this chapter.
Yes, Lord. Anyhow, you surely reap the fruits of your labor.
More fire.
Speak the truth. Stand up for the youth. We're fighting for survival. You hear the people crying for freedom. The time is right now. You got to face reality, yeah. We are God's children, and everything happened for a reason. Like Daniel with the lions, they couldn't keep I down. Like Daniel with the lions, they can never keep I down.
King of kings, Lord of lords,
yeah.
conquering lion of the tribe of Judah.
Yeah. Tell the people that you are their savior.
So watch
That's
out,
what
me
you
God,
say.
me King, Jaja I run things. Me God, me King, Jaja I run things. And if I talk, say them a top ranking. And them I know say a Jaja I run things. Chaman, me God, me King, Jaja I run things. Me glad, me King, Jaja I run things. I said them cooler than a Steve Sting. When they not it, they go make a peace offering. Me sing say, when Jah talk, me say no dog no bark. When Jah talk, me say no dog no bark. When a baba chat in every tank coffee park. Jump with jaw breaks and parrots stop squawk. Jah talk and every eagle at the park. Jah talk and every eagle at the park. My lord, said them a run place, me ask which park. Chicken a laugh and never side the heart. Hungry dog, them we on the breakfast still. When Jah talk, me say no dog no.
Keep on rising to the top now. Keep on rising to the top. Keep on rising to the top now.
Let Jah
Keep on
arise,
rising to the top.
and let all this in this
Keep on
chapter.
rising to the top now. Keep on rising to the top. There's a burning fire in your heart, yeah.
More fire.
Fight with everything you got. They know they're afraid of us.
Pull up, pull up, pull up. Rastafari.
Keep on rising to the top now. Keep on rising to the top.
Let
Keep
Jah
on rising to
arise,
the top now.
and let
Keep
all this
on
in this
rising to
chapter.
the top. Rasta to the bone.
Seeing something fresh, something that the people don't know about, something that will come to them as something new.
When the tides were so high and strong, you gave me shelter from the rain. On an open and raging sea, you rescued me. Placed a firm ground beneath my feet, helped me to stand firm when I was weak. All the tears that I cried in pain was meant to be. And you inspired the best in me, so I could stand for what I believe. Give me peace that surpasses all eternity. Yeah. In the eye of the hurricane, I heard you whisper and call my name. I am a witness of your quickness to rescue me. Well, I am a witness of your quickness to rescue me. Well,
Rasta to the bone.
So let me know you want some more original reggae music.
there's a first time for everything. Here's the new memories. You are my genesis. I won't let you walk away. I love your energy. Here's the new beginnings. Don't hold on to yesterday. This joy that we're living in is healing us from within. You're like music to my soul. Oh, our journey's like poetry. Love is our destiny. We're never alone. Once we are together, we're home. Never doubt for a moment, this is where we belong.
Wisdom, the heavens is for the eyes, and the earth is for the deaf. There is no nation, no kindred, and tongue where these voices are not heard. These lines go out to all. Hear me, sinners, hear ye. Jah, Rastafari, from the mountain to the plane to the pinnacle. Blacker than I said them, Jah. Rastafari, hear this last year.
I don't know nothing about politics. I'm not a politician. All I sing and talk about is what is happening to me and to the people around me.
Because you say Rastafari, that's a t-shirt. You say Rastafari, that's a hat. You say Rastafari, that's a item. You say Rastafari, that's an album. You say Rastafari, that's a pair of shoes. Whole market economy run off of them thing here. Hallelujah. From the mountain to the plane to the pinnacle. Blacker than I said them, Jah. Rastafari, hear this last year. This is why the man of Baba always try to right inside the Quran and pervert them in their straight places, create schisms from within to break us apart. When I get we betray the youth, them will stand up and put themselves front and be in danger. They stand up to say the right thing and to do the right thing because of his father and brother in people's neighborhood. They have to be worthy to be called a protector and a father.
sing something fresh, something that the people don't know about, something that will come to them as something new.
Welcome in everyone.
Stand faithful inside Zion gates.
Welcome to our story. Yes, sir.
Couldn't touch your children.
Welcome in. The goose is salam.
Don't be afraid when the serpent reveal his true face. Cause the forces of evil couldn't touch your children. Touch me.
Yes, sir. Hope everyone's feeling good and I really feeling comfort by good for the soul, for the mind, for the heart, for the eye. Yes, sir. Welcome in.
With them science, with them technology, that's fine. Cause Jaja children have science and technology long time. Well, coming with them false doctrine.
Yes, sir. Welcome in.
Education, that's fine.
Are you feeling alright? More fire.
Be afraid, stand faithful inside Zion gates. Cause the forces of darkness couldn't touch your children a day. Oh, don't be afraid when the serpent reveal his true face. Cause the forces of evil couldn't touch your children a day. Touch me, touch me, touch your children a day. Touch me, them couldn't.
Yes, sir. Welcome in. Yes, sir. Welcome into our story. This is the 23rd of October, and we're looking forward to a wonderful night of knowledge. Yes, sir.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like these two I swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who keeps Ethiopia.
Yes, I. Welcome in once again. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome into our story. We have a wonderful evening planned for us. It's not going to be too long to be to the point. This is the 23rd. We just had 2 days of the comet passing through. That's the Halley's Comet. There's also another comet that was passing through those 2 days that was visible for a little bit. That's a new comet that was seen on September 11th. That's when it first appeared. And that is the Ethiopian New Year. That is the Hebrew New Year. That is the true fall, beginning with the darkness, going into the light of spring, New Year. So, wonderful time that we're in, and we give thanks and praise to be born in this time. We have a lot of great things going on with the Ethiopian World Federation. We have some great projects coming along that will be alerting everybody soon, so keep your ears open. We have some great things going on with the shea butter. Reach out to us for shea butter. We got good prices on there, and we're gonna have some other products as well coming in pretty soon. But always have a look out to see what we're doing. Check out our Linktree page. We have some ways you can support through our Linktree. You can donate to our Cash App to support the mission, support what we're doing. You can also support us on there. We have members who have products such as books. We have sea moss. We have drinks. We have supplements. We have t-shirts that support the movement. So definitely check us out. Check us out on our Instagram page, Local 49 Media, and check out our link tree, Local 49. We got a lot of great stuff for everybody. So keep a lookout for our page. We got some good highlights coming up. We got some things going on where you can join in with us. So we have a little initiative as to what we do at the Mahel Safari, what our mission is, what we're looking to do. And we are definitely looking for volunteers, looking for people to network with us, looking for people to join as well, because this is your birthright. This is something that His Majesty left for all of us, all of we, every last one person of the melanated people that has been subjugated in this system. So He gave us the key. So with this, we asked our chaplain, the Zion, Uncle 49 Chaplain, if you can come on in with the prayer to get us started this lovely evening on the 23rd of October 2025. And Chaplain, be sure to unmute your mic. It's still muted.
Nugusa salam, lekulekemu, Malcolm Nagatu, Abakudus, Katamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam Exibia. Give thanks, Adhu Ab World, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akad, Abakudus Kadamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam Exibia. Bahaman Ab World, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akad, Abakudus Kadamawe, Haile Selassie Siam Exibia Adhu Amlak Kudus Selassie. Our Father, who dwell in the upper regions, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom has come, thy will shall be done throughout earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against I and I. Strengthen us in temptation and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end, to the true and faithful witness. Apokudus Kedemawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exibir, Sila, Melakat. Selah, Selah. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, we do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated to His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Mahilsa Far Right Forces, in accordance with the Ethiopian Constitution, 1930, Chapter 2, Powers and Progress of the Emperor, Article 29 and Article 30. So we give thanks for His Imperial Majesty Apokadus Kinemawe, Haile Selassie Exibia, for establishing us as part of His Mahel Safari Auxiliary Force on behalf of the safeguard Ethiopia integrity and Ethiopian sovereignty. So we give thanks. Give thanks to be here. Give thanks for a new and blessed day in Iowa. Selah, Selah. Selah. Give thanks, Chair.
Yes, give thanks, give thanks.
All right, welcoming everybody once again. And at this moment, we'll have Mr. Lazarus come on in with the lecture for the evening. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. Shalom. You know, Local 49 is blessed to have a fervent, zealous in the spirit and in the spirit of study. Our chaplain has an amazing gift of deciphering the Bible to the exact days and events with His Imperial Majesty. Meaning, if there's a prophecy that says this has to be done and this should be done, then the chaplain has took his time to search not only the biblical scripture, but the coils of time. Meaning to go look in history, to go look on what day, what was His Majesty doing, when did this happen? Oh my God, this lines up. And so we stress over and over that we're talking about a living reality. And when it was stripped away from people as a living reality, the world became hollow and cold. So we give thanks and praise to the Dejaman, to the doorkeeper, to the Qumran, to the cosmic portal stargate keeper, who opened the dimensions of space and time to allow us again to experience our timeless nature and understanding our timeless existence as Kushite Ethiopians. When we take sometimes for granted when we say Ethiopia played a very major role in everything that has been taking place in our lives. And so we started this chapter of their mythology is our genealogy, our story, not his story, but our story. So sometimes it seems as though in his story, he has or they have tried to write us out and encloak themselves. But they're hidden in my theology, mythology. My theology, mythology is our story, the hidden history, the ages of the gods, the divine rulers, the star kings. You hear us say these things, and you could say, "Oh, well, that just a statement," and it sounds good, but it's more than that. It's a reminder. It's key words to echo into your consciousness as reminders. And as you decode, as you pick the lock, you will run into these reminders, which are teeth on the key. And the key that has been COINTELPRO'd, has been molded and manipulated and flipped and dabbed in this way and that way, renamed and, all kind of matters. Ethiopia. Now, let's begin on two levels with this so we get this right. And the main component, which we'll talk today on, is self-determination. But that word and the elements and the essence of it is the key to what the people, as in a unity, a collective, have to be to themselves. Each person in themselves has to be determined and has to have that determination for liberation, self-determination. So each person in their self. So a lot of times the playing with history and the propagandas fractile our determination because of maybe missing the fullness of the story. So what we'll do is we need ourselves to take the teachings of His Majesty, the speeches, the teachings, and we need to analytically analyze them. We need to break them down. Now, so what I'm going to do right now is, because now this is and I'm not going to go all the way into the pros and cons right now, but one of the things with the AI construct is it'll break it down in a pro and a analytical way to allow you to assess certain things. So instead of just reading a speech of His Majesty, we're going to look at a little quick analytical projection on His Majesty's mindset on self-determination. So I'm going to share that before we jump off all the way into this history. And again, we go into the history, for in our Constitution, we are told to assimilate, to educate. And our chaplain reads a prayer given by His Majesty, and it speaks of the heroes, and in the time of the heroes. So when we deal with our ancient history and we're touching on certain areas, these are the heroes of our stories. And they are the reminders of not only our ancient greatness, but our future greatness. So let's look at His Imperial Majesty's mind on self-determination. So what I'll do is I'll turn it this way. Can I get someone to help me right here and read while I prepare my medicinals? Someone help me right here and read. And we're not going to go but right here, and then we're going to go down, but we're going to break down each statement first. Someone come on in it. Talk back to me.
Gusa salam. Lekum lekemu. Kadamawe Haile Selassie Siam Xavier strongly advocated for self-determination, particularly for African nations, stressing non-interference in internal affairs, the right of colonized peoples to independence, and the importance of unity and solidarity in achieving lasting peace and liberation from foreign domination. He made these appeals at key international forums, most notably at the United Nations and the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, summit in 1963, positioning Ethiopia and himself as champions of decolonization and Pan-Africanism.
Okay. Hold right there.
Sila.
That's a very powerful statement. Chaplain, just go back up to the first part and kind of give us your input of these words. What is it saying to you? How important was it to His Majesty?
Strongly advocate self-determination to do for self. I remember reading the last memoirs of El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, brother we know as Minister Malcolm X, and he wrote in some his last memoirs about his trip to Africa. And he said Ethiopia was the only place he went to where he saw Black people doing their own everything. And it struck his mind, it struck him because they were in charge of doing their own everything, you know, from tailoring their clothes to their carpentry of their buildings to handling their agriculture, their market, you know, to the orderliness of their society. You know, they was in charge, and he said that
Self-government.
he um was in a place where he see the smartest black people he ever came across.
Mm.
According to their self-determination, is what the words of our brother Malcolm X said about his trip to Africa.
Mm.
And that struck me. You know, we talking about not the autobiography from Alice Haley, but the last. He had another book about the last memoirs of him, his last speeches of Malcolm X.
Right.
After he returned from Africa, it was in there. So stressing non-interference in internal affairs. You
Yes.
know, showing respect to one another. You know, and giving everyone the respect to evolve because our father of African unity and freedom stressed time and time again that we have different um cultures of how which we came over time, you know, but we are all evolving to this modernity that we all have to accept. As he said, we don't need anything that the West has to offer. But since we are surrounded by it, and they're using these instruments to try to corner us or checkmate us, you know, we have to use these things and learn these things so we can be able to defend ourselves.
Hmm.
So this is the reason that we have to deal with um, these modern things. You know, our Minister of Foreign Affairs for Local 49, Ross Lazarus, said to meet force with force. You know, it takes the equivalent force to stop a force that's coming against you or to overcome that force, to arrest that force, you know? So, in that same sense, is what the king is saying self determination. It takes self determination, you know, and respect of nations. Everyone's rights have to be respected as brothers and sisters around the table, right? And everyone has the customary right to liberty and freedom and right as an individual before the eyes of the Almighty. You know, the right of colonized people to independence and the importance of unity and solidarity in achieving lasting peace and liberation from foreign domination. So we all must take part together and uphold what it is to be black or what it is to be Ethiopian or what it is to be African. Because when you talk about that spirit, you're
Right.
talking about we. So the people who are about that must
Lasting.
come together and
Right.
peace to uphold that, or it would not be any of that. Yes, I.
Non-interference, meaning other governments should not try to tell us what to do. We should be formulating our own government. This is our internal affairs. Self-determination. Self-determination is operating in your own nationhood, your own government. The only way to have equality is to have an equal force or a greater force to overcome a force. So you have to meet a government force with a government force.
Yes, I.
Go against the government oppression as a government subordinate. then only thing you can receive is the determination of your superior. And the superiority in which we're talking about from our oppressor is only obtained through colonialism and slavery. It is not a rightful birthright. It is not a rightful order of government over us. And we have to understand that. And so His Majesty strongly advocated for self-determination, stressing non-interference and let them develop. We, the people who were colonized, have a right to independence. And the importance of our unity and solidarity, this is why in the Ethiopian World Federation's constitution, these words are the exact words of our constitution. It tells you in order to effect, to do what? To bring this into a fruition. You're going to need unity and solidarity to do what? To achieve lasting peace and liberation from foreign domination. So some people say, well, what is His Majesty? How is he a messiah figure? Or how is His Majesty? How did he do something for us? Maybe you didn't understand the freedom from foreign domination, because foreign domination cointailed it out of your head that His Imperial Majesty was an advocate for your liberation. So many people miss that. Then they go to the construct of just trying to find a way to see His Majesty as Jesus. Then those who want that construct, their religious minds then go into a barrier and say, oh no, I ain't going there. I ain't worshiping no man. And they waiting something to come out the sky. So they miss a living reality. You miss the living reality. So when we talk about slavery and colonialism, because some people say, oh, well, y'all just be on that past stuff and all of that. Then y'all jump over here to Ethiopia, go to ancient stuff. Then you come back to His Majesty, So, but we can tie it all in. See, because what most people don't understand, right, is everything that you call colonialism and slavery. It began, as we said, but let's do a review first. Let's do a review, and we're gonna come back again to the rest of this analytical breakdown of His Majesty on self-determination. But we're gonna do a quick review first. Quick review, because I want to get your minds into this. Right? Most people. Sorry. Okay, let's do a quick reasoning. Right? Most people have never heard of the Basilius. You have to go do your research on Basilius. B-E-S. Yes, Basilius. Now, the key to that term means King of Kings. And that terminology went to a birthright, hereditary birthright. That hereditary birthright comes from a star king process. That's where the right of royal lineages first came in. Now, if you study the term, you'll see that Persia and Ethiopia were one of the last, they say, were holdings of the right to the Basilius. You have to understand why they would say that. Got to go back to ancient times and figure out why they would say that. One of the keys is, here it goes. Persia, which when you go to your story in Nativity with Jesus and the three wise men, you have Balthazar, Melchior, and Caspar. These three wise men represent three kings or three kingdoms. The reality of those three kingdoms is they're all Ethiopian. And we'll explain. So when we go to Persia, when you study the history of Persia, you'll find that Persia was once called Ethiopia as well. So they're talking about Ethiopian kingdoms, or part of the empire of the Kushite Ethiopian Empire. Now, Where does this evolve from? Is there another precedent that woven into this? Now, the Ethiopian's kings list will allow you to go into the Turim kings list. And in the Turim's kings list, it goes back to Asar, to the gods. But we know in the mythology, as they say, in the stories of Asar, Asar comes from Ethiopia and goes and colonizes and makes Egypt. Okay, so a lot of times the Turin kings list, they don't like to put with the Ethiopian's kings list. But when you go into the Joktan dynasty era in the Ethiopian's kings list, but the other dynasty eras from Aram and Ori, all through the kings list, you'll find connections to the Turim kings list. Europeans do not like to associate that these lineages are connected. They are, heavily. Now, in the reality of that, Melchizedek is not understood. But Melchizedek is understood to be a king priest. So let's go in ancient times and understand king and priest. Now, king and priest is the same thing when you seen the serpent on the crown of the pharaohs in Egypt. That Naga, that meant that they went through a priestly initiation. In most of our ancient civilizations, you couldn't rule unless you also was on a priestly level. And so that means you've been initiated in the priesthood. So Melchizedek. Zedek is a Canaanite word for a Canaanite god. But this is titleless. This is names and titles. Malachi, king, Maliki, Malachi, Maliki, Melchi, Zedek. Zedek is the priest from Zadok or the Jashin. So you got Boaz and Jashin in Solomon's temple, which is the two pillars to enter into the temple. So you enter into the temple through the kingly priestly order. Now, Melchizedek in the Dejan Shua of the Ethiopian scrolls has a son named Ethel. Ethel becomes known as Ethiop. Ethiop is the name of the son, but where he dwelt at became known as Ethiopia. But from Ethiop, there became 12 kingdoms, which became the empire of Ethiopia. Now, this is way before your Jesuses and all of this, okay? So now you've got 12 kingdoms coming out of this kingly priestly order. This is what your three wise men represented. So from Ethel or Ethiopia, Ethiop has a son, has children. And through that lineages of his children, from Ethel, from Ethiop, you get a grandson named Balaam or Balaam. Balaam is the person who gives the prophecy of a coming of a star. Not of Jesus, but of a star. But the Council of Nice takes the prophecy of a star, meaning star king, the Sothic. So this is the heritage that's been upkept on the blood lineages and who's birthed and who's going to have this right of the parent throne. So you got many thrones, but then you have a parent throne. Okay? So Melchizedek represents a certain key here. And then it goes to Balaam. Balaam is called the diviner who does divination. Okay? They have to go to Balaam to get the word of God. Even though they call him a soothsayer and all of this, they still had to go to him. So that's telling you he's a powerful individual. Where did he get this power and this ability to communicate with God? Now, Balaam's prophecy for a star is taken by the Council of Nice and turned into Jesus. So we know it went Serapis, which was science, And the Serapis, which was science, then became the Christos, and then the Christos they turned into a person, which was Jesus. This is the debates about the divinity and the humanity, because prior to that, the ancient communities and civilizations understood this as a science of the divine nature of all people. Now you take this science and you put it in one person and say everybody's waiting on this one person to save them. And now that star kingdom or king that used to be the ancient elders and shaman used to watch the stars and know the birthing of one to come who would meet a certain level under the Sophic star process. When they were doing this, this kept the right of the heritage into a certain parameters of people. Other people wanted that power, and they didn't like that this blood lineage heritage. Other people wanted that power. Remember that as we go into this discussion. So they changed the story from the Basilius, the King of Kings, and they made it from the Star King to a Jesus. Now the birthright and the heritage of the kingdoms of the King of Kings or the kingly priestly kings goes to the church. And now the church has the power over the people and receive the tithes that Melchizedek once received. And they stole the Star Kingdom, the Star King, Star Queen's birthright. So when Frumentius comes down into Ethiopia, the monk, and he meets Izana, and he tells Izana about what people say, he tells him about Christianity. He didn't tell him about Christianity. If you study Ethiopia, you can go back to find Ethiopia in the time of the prophet Jeremiah. All the way up in Babylon, all the way up in these areas. What is these Ethiopians doing up here? And why is he an Enoch up in this kingdom? Like a priest Enoch now. But he's a king priest still, because he's called Eb-Melech, servant king. Can understand what's going on now. So when people say, no, ain't nobody brought Ethiopia there, they came and told Izana he is the next Basilius, King of Kings. And that's why he erected the obsolete and put his titleage as the King of Kings, the Basilius. And then Ethiopia becomes what they call a Christian empire because of birthright. So Ethiopia doesn't have a religion. They have a living birthright. They're not like, and the society is encroaching on Ethiopia until they're operating like others, as though it's a religion and not a birthright. See? So, no, man, Ethiopia did not adopt Christianity. They received the birthright acknowledgement, and they lived through that as the title holders of the throne, the Basilius, the Star Kings. Now I could go further and break down Solomon, David, and Sheba and Bathsheba. Both are Canaanites, so that makes Solomon a Canaanite, which is a Cushite, which is a Ethiopian. And then Solomon deals with Makeda, Queen Sheba, doing the same thing as David. So the lineage goes down into Ethiopia. It returns to Ethiopia. It returns to Ethiopia. So there's so much knowledge to just go through that. But to really understand the history of the Basilius and the theft of the birthright, by the church. So when we talk about Ethiopia, we're talking about a return of a living birthright that is a lot more ancient than what we call Christianity. Star King knowledge. Star King knowledge. Study the story. See our story. Now, when we say Star King knowledge, when we say Star King knowledge, this goes with another terminology that we're going to make a key point here, just to open a discussion, and we're going to come back to that video. All right. Do this. Right. In the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawido Church, Balaam is the ancestor of the Magi, who are presented as wise men who followed Balaam's prophecy of the star from Jacob. The Magi story includes them consulting the book of the commandments of, of Adam to verify the star, retrieving gifts from a mountain of treasures, and making a 2-year journey to Bethlehem. Tradition holds that the Magi's were Ethiopian and that coffee is served 3 times in their memory, named after each of the Magi's, Abal, Tona, or Baraka. So in the Ethiopian tradition, the Magi's are Ethiopian, the 3 wise men. Now, in the construct of understanding this goes to a star prophecy. And this is what we have been stressing for people to understand, that we were talking about a living birthright, not a mythological story in a book that they were hoping could be one day verified as true. No, it was a living birthright of people. So when we go to Balaam, we have to emphasize, based on the Ethiopian construct of Balaam, right? We have to emphasize who Balaam is. So I'll start with this. Information is based on my reading of Ethiopian history, the Metsehaf Dejenshua, an ancient Ethiopian manuscript in Ge'ez discovered by Miri Ras Aman Bele in the ruins of an Ethiopian church in Nubia, a part of the Ethiopian Empire, not just the Ethiopian state, but empire, which has been translated into Amharic, abridged and published as the Mishaf Sabeh by the discoverer himself. According to this ancient manuscript, both Amara and Aroma are the descendants of one man or father, Melchizedek, king of Salem and the high priest of God on earth, founder of Jerusalem, to whom Abraham and other kings bowed and paid tithes to receive his blessings. This is who we're talking about, Melchizedek. But the key to this goes to language here and tracking a story. So Melchizedek in the Bible is so powerful that even the Son of God is made after his order. Melchizedek in the biblical text is so powerful that he is the everlasting covenant to the Davidic throne. Melchizedek is so important that even Jesus was made a high priest after the order of Melchizedek. Why not after Jesus' order? But Jesus' order ain't high enough. So what we're talking about here is to understand that there was a Star King prophecy, and then there became a Jesus story. Okay? Now, for one people, the reality of it simulated is one and the same. But for most other people, it is associated in a different level, if I can make that clear in this discussion. For some people, it is a living reality. For others, it is a belief system. So at one point, we've got star prophecy, but where does it come from? So in the story, about 2,000 years before the birth of a Jesus or a Christ, God ordered Melchizedek to send his son Ethel, who was named Ethiop. So through a lot of the Greek stories and mythos, they go to Ethiopius, and you have to start really putting this together. Because let's just go back to the Bible. The Bible says Melchizedek, he without father, without mother, without beginning or end. Wow. That's like a dialectical continuance. The first law of continuity written in the scripture under the order of Melchizedek. An eternal covenant of continuity. A living covenant of continuity. So Melchizedek has a son whose name becomes Ethiop. And his son, Ethel, who's named as Ethiop later on by God to go and settle in Ethiopia at the island of Lake Tana, the source of the river Nile. God sent Ethel, meaning the gift of God. You know, we looked at the Greek thing, they also called it the gold, the splendor. They knew what it was saying, but then they tell us that under the Greek name, it means burnt face. No, that ain't what they originally said. Splendor. That's even when the Jews go to their book, the Zohar. So it's really our story that we have to really see now. So Ethel becomes to be known to the place where he lives is known as Ethiopia. He is Ethiop or Ethiopia, and is the place where he lives becomes known as Ethiopia. And as you see, Ethel became Ethiop, but the land in which he settled also started to be called Ethiopia. And lo and behold, 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethiop, descendants of Melchizedek, Ethiop or Ethiopia, but Ethiopia is Cush. So Melchizedek, Ethiopia, Cush. Melchizedek, Ethiopia, Cush. Melchizedek, Ethiopia, Cush. The descendants of Ethiop became 12 kings and then Ethiopian Empire. So now we're talking about the empire of Ethiopia, the Cushite Ethiopian Empire. And they headed for Bethlehem with gifts and led by the star, which God said would lead them. You know, they go into the text. But out of the 10 boys of Ethiop, I will take only the line of one of them, the line of Beor, and show that Amara or Roma descended from him. Ethiop begot Beor, Beor begot Aram, Aram begot Nagat, and he begot Hag, and he begot Beora, and he begot Balaam. Balaam is the one who gave the prophecy. So right here in the lineage of Melchizedek of Ethiopia is the one who gives the star prophecy. So it's always been an Ethiopian. Now, in the video, you heard it said that there were people who were upset about this state and this certain blood lineage Ethiopian. But they did not have access to the inner realms of the lands of the gods. So plots and ploys. This is what the whole construct of trying to place the Islamic against the Christian constructs. But it's even more than that. What if I was to tell you that the very word Ethiopia, this very story of these magi's, of these king priests, of these star kings, is the very quest of what we call colonialism and slavery. So the biggest thing that they would always want to cover up is the main thing that they started their quest. And the greatest thing that you see in the 18 to the 1900, into 1930s is when His Majesty is crowned. And even though these people are carving up Africa, they go into Ethiopia and they bow down. Even though in the cities and in the secret states of America, they hanging us and they don't care nothing about us. They go to Ethiopia and they bow down. And they like children in amazement. We're finally here. Oh yes, yeah. They're afraid that the mysticism is so real that they don't know what to do, and it becomes so powerful of a fear. Now you say, well, that could be exaggeration. Now, let me even take it further for you too. It's two parts to a story, and everything kind of has an in and an out. So you always heard about Robin Hood. And I always remember when one of my Moore brothers said they seen the one on I think it's either Netflix or it might be HBO or something he was saying. And I think Martin Lawrence in it, and they say the Moor. And they said the Moor. So he said, well, Robin Hood was about the Moors. Okay. All right. And I said, all right. Well, I said, well, Do you know what was the greatest fear of the Europeans? I said, was it the Moor? And he goes silent because he don't know how to answer. And I said, well, Robin Hood is about one of their greatest fears. But they cloak the character. But the character carries a staff. Staff always means something. Because all throughout Kemet, all throughout even the seals of what they call the kings of Israel, when you look at their seals, they're Kemetic seals, but they have to have that staff, that stick, that walking stick, that staff. So even though there was Robin Hood, the covering, there was Prester John. Friar John, who was the monk, but he was the help of Robin Hood. He's the help of Robin Hood. See, that's Masonic. But see, because in the Masonical mythology is the Hiram Abiff, the master builder, has been hit in the heart, in the throat, in the head. And these are the three wounds, Jubala, Jubalo, Jubalam. And these three wounds of the master builder. And he's buried in a shallow grave. Acacia plant is placed on him. The wood that is used, the shittim wood that's used to make the ark, the wood to make the holy tabernacle. But when they find him, no one could raise him, but there had to be the Solomon had to come and put the lion paw grip to raise him from the shallow grave to assist him, to give help. He brings help. He brings help. He brings help. So when we speak of self-determination and the things that His Majesty did, he brought help. But when we go into the depths of the story, and everybody say, "Oh boy, Robin Hood, boy, that was about the more," but you miss the cloak of the story. You miss the seal of a master, of the royalty, of the monk, the king priest, who ran with the bowmen. Don't miss the story. See, what was their fear? Who was going to take their wealth? Who held the wealth and would return it to the people? Don't miss the story. So let's look at this. So we've got Ethiopia, we got Magi, but hold on, let's just do this. Let's just do this. Don't get carried away. Let's just go on up here. I want somebody to help me because there's multiple stories on how they tell it. But I really want you to really get this because I want you to know what the Europeans was thinking. Because their mythology is our genealogy. And there's where they tell the story. Mythology, my theology. Mythology, my theology. The study of God, theology. Theos. And there were 7 theos, 7 spirits of God sent forth into all of creation. Somebody help me out. Somebody read for me. Let's read about Prester John, because you know this leads to the Magdala. This is how Theodorus. This is why they raided Ethiopia. You have to understand really what was going on. So let's read what the story is about Prester John, because sometimes we don't really know what Prester John's story was. So we're gonna get some knowledge of what the European was thinking way back in the day. And I'm telling you that this is why you seen slavery and colonialism, but nobody ever told you this. So let's learn the real story of Prester John and Robin Hood, Friar John, the king priest. Somebody read for me. Somebody read for me. Can you hear me?
Yes, King. Earlier.
Hello. Sorry.
Yeah, come forward, Chaplain.
Prester, Prester John, the king who wasn't there. Belief in Prester John, a lost Christian king, ruling over a distant kingdom, gripped Europe for half a millennium. Once seen as a savior, he would become an adversary. Right.
What they say about this picture? You can read that there, please.
Prester John on his throne in Ethiopia from a map of East Africa in the Queen Mary Atlas by Diogenes, home in Portuguese 1558, British Library Board, all rights reserved. Bring it forward a little bit, Fire. Bring it forward to the top a little so we can see that map again, Aya, if you will. Yes, sir. Aya.
Yes, sir.
Early in 1145, worried about the growing threat of Muslim forces intent on reconquering Crusader territory in the Holy Land, Bishop Hugh of Jabala traveled west in a desperate appeal for Christian aid. Hugh sought to enlist the help of Pope Eugenius III. A meeting between the bishop and the pontiff took place on 18th November that year. During it, Bishop Hugh told the Pope that one, Prester John, king and priest of a land in the extreme Orient, a Christian and a descendant of the Magi, who are mentioned in the gospel and rules over the same people they govern, was proposing to go to Jerusalem and help the Crusaders.
Hold up right there. Now, we started this discussion. Their mythology is our genealogy. And the great king, Menem, an Ethiopian king, brought a great army all the way from India out of Ethiopia and stormed Troy. But they don't really tell you the story how it makes them feel. They code it like it was this European battle of greatness, Achilles, but they don't want you to know because Menem was made immortal. He's a god. So now all of a sudden they're thinking they're doing something. But here in the Orient, the great Orient is there. There's a threat of a great king priest who may bring an army up. So you got to think how they're thinking. Yes, I. Yes, I. 11:45. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, Chaplain. And you see, Prester John is recognized as a what? A king and priest. They didn't choose that language by accident. And he's a descendant of the Magi. That means Balaam. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? Yes, I. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chaplain.
Much to the dismay of Europe's Christians, Prester John and his army did not materialize to assist the Crusaders in their fight. One reason Hugh gave for this, as the contemporary recorded, was that approaching the east, Prester John's forces were unable to cross the Tigris and so turned to the north, where the waters sometimes froze in the winter cold. John reportedly waited there for some years, but on account of the continued mild weather, and after losing much of his army because of the unaccustomed climate, he was forced to return home. Another more substantive reason for Prester John's absence was that he did not exist. He was a fantasy, a construct entirely of European creation. Despite this, from approximately 1165, letters claiming to be from Prester John began to circulate throughout Europe. They endorsed and built upon Bishop Hugh's claim, declaring that John possessed the richest and most powerful kingdom on earth. This was a place, the letters suggested, full of vast quantities of gold, jewels, spices, and brimming with miraculous features. Crystal clear rivers of emeralds flowing from paradise, the fountain of youth, and even at the edge of the kingdom, the Garden of Eden. In Prester John's lands, it was reported that you could encounter phoenixes, giants, dog-headed men, one-eyed men, and every incarnation of mythical creature that even the most creative medieval imagination could conjure. With all this in mind, it is no surprise that throughout every echelon of medieval society, these letters created a frenzy. No one could say where they had come from or what messengers had carried them to Europe, but copies went everywhere. In addition to the more than 100 manuscripts in Latin which survive today, these letters were also translated into English, German, French, Russian, Serbian, and Hebrew. It was through the widespread transmission of these letters in these vernacular languages that Prester John legend took hold and flourished in every corner of medieval Europe. Origin story. For those who became aware of Prester John, the first question they sought an answer to, in similar vein to El Dorado, Atlantis, and King Solomon's mines, was, where are this famous king and country to be found? The search for the ram of Pressure John consequently became one of the great enterprises of the medieval and even modern period. Pope Alexander III was the first pioneer of this quest. In 1117, the papal physician Filippo, armed with the diplomatic letters, copies of which still survive in the libraries of Cambridge and Paris, was sent in search of Precious John. Little is known of where Filippo traveled or what became of his mission, as nothing was heard from him again. But regardless of this unfortunate outcome, the European appetite to find this mythical ruler was not quelled. Marco Polo, Vasco da Gama, and Christopher Columbus all set out in search of John. Some of them even claim to have found him, each time renewing the pressure's enduring relevance in European culture. Over the centuries, merchants, adventurers, and scholars chased Pressure John across the globe. As such, from the 12th to the 17th century, cartographers placed him variantly and sometimes simultaneously in Central Asia, India, China, and Ethiopia. His appearance on world maps further reinforced the belief that somehow, somewhere beyond the horizon, there truly existed a Christian priest king waiting to be found. Cartographers were compelled to portray Precious John on their maps because they believe him to be real. And they believe him to be real because he was portrayed on their maps. But as time passed and the fog of geographical obscurity disappeared, so too did Precious John. And as for this once perceived reality gave way to what is an irrefutable fantasy, the questions concerning Precious John have consequently shifted to, instead of asking where this famous king and country to be found, historians now pose different questions. Why did Precious John appear? What impact did his presence have on geopolitical ideas in the medieval and early modern world? Can the legacy of Precious John still be felt today? To answer that, it is necessary to first return to that significant meeting between Bishop Hugh of Jabala and Pope Eugenius III in 1145. It has long been considered a paradox and point of confusion that if Bishop Hugh truly wanted to encourage European powers to take up arms and defend Christians in the Holy Land, he should speak of an all-powerful, all-conquering ally, which would render such help redundant. This reason, most likely, is that the legend of Precious John did not begin with Hugh of Jabala's report, but instead existed in oral tradition, spreading throughout popular folklore long before the mid-12th century by suggesting that Prester John's army was unable to cross the Tigris and subsequently perished in the north. Bishop Hugh demolished faith in this omnipotent and invincible king. Hugh did not want to highlight and boast of the strength of a powerful ally, but instead showed that this ally's strength had limitations. Europeans could not rely upon support of Prester John's army. If they wanted to protect the Holy Land, they would have to do it themselves. Map of North and East Africa, Arabia, and part of India, featuring Prester John from the Valiant Atlas 1547, Granger, and Brigham images. Utopian. I'll come forward. Utopian fallacies. Considered this way, we can see the legend of Prester John for it really was medieval propaganda, deployed for a variety of purposes and assuming different forms and shapes each time. Prester John was a tool which unquestionably could have a sharpened edge. Another example of this can be found in a famous Prester John letter from 1165. The dispatch was first sent to Byzantine Greek Emperor Emmanuel Comnenus in Constantinople. From there, it was sent to Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. The letter begins, Prester John, by Almighty God and the authority of our Lord Jesus Christ, King of kings, rulers of rulers, wishes his friend Manuel, Prince of Constantinople, health and prosperity by God's mercy. If indeed you wish to know wherein consists our great power, then believe without doubting that I, Prester John, who reign supreme, exceeding riches, virtue, and power, all creatures who dwell under heaven. 72 kings pay tribute to me. I am devout Christian and everywhere protect the Christian of our empire, nourishing them with alms. This often overlooked opening requires particular attention, while Prester John refers to his subordinate vassals as kings. He insinuates that the legitimate emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, Manuel Comnenus, is merely a prince of Constantinople.
Hold up. Now, if you read the Keber Nagas, you will understand what they are saying when he's speaking to Rome and telling them, you're a child throne. So go ahead, Chap. Go ahead.
This obvious and intentional lack of respect would not have initiated friendship and amity as the letter insists is its purpose, but would have instead resulted in condemnation and a severing of our diplomatic ties. The author of the letter The European forger knew his audience well. For those in the Catholic West, the humiliation, even imaginary, of the Orthodox Emperor of Constantinople would have been accepted and applauded by all who read it. The mid 12th century was a period of religious division between the West and Eastern branches of Christianity. By having Prester John blatantly belittle the Byzantine emperor, the letter suggests that this powerful king endorsed the superiority of Roman Catholic doctrine over that of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Another example of the way the legend was used for propaganda in medieval Europe centers around the sovereign status of John himself. In the letter, John proclaims himself Rex et Secretos, king and priest, amid the near constant conflict between the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. He is posited as a utopian alternative to the division and hostility between religious leaders and governmental leader. Prester John is a figure who combines these roles, both the sacramental and the administrative. Fireball. Over the following centuries, the undying figure and kingdom of Prester John will be continually deployed in various forms and for various purposes.
So,
Marco Polo.
Chaplain, so earlier you heard that they said other letters appeared, and they said that one was used to, the Roman Catholic used it to gain superiority over Constantine. Now, this is the Ottoman Wars and so forth, but they're using the titleage of Ethiopia to declare their rights. So they say undying figure, he without father, without mother, without beginning or end. So every generation they're using the king priest as the directive of their power. Go ahead, chap. Yes, sir.
Over the following centuries, the undying figure and kingdom of Prester John will be continuously deployed in various forms and for various purposes. Marco Polo encounters the kingdom of Prester John in his Il Milione travels of Marco Polo of 1300, perhaps to highlight the breadth and significance of his journey. Likewise, Sir John Mandeville, himself likely a product of imagination, meets with John in the tales of his adventures.
So
And
hold on. So every one of them now are using this to get funding to go travel. Go ahead.
Sir John Mandeville, himself likely a product of imagination, meets with John in the tales of his adventures. In circulation from the mid 14th century, by 1400, Prester John was again called into life to facilitate fresh ideas of Islamic conquest. A letter was written by Henry IV of England to Prester John, details a thorough plan of how both Henry and John should concurrently invade Jerusalem and capture the Holy Sepulchre from the city's Muslim inhabitants. Pressure John gained even greater relevance during the expansion of global exploration in the 16th and 17th centuries. The Portuguese, positioned at the forefront of this movement, boasted over sustained diplomatic contact with Pressure John's realm, no doubt seeking to exaggerate their own credentials. This fantasy did not fail to capture the attention of the European neighbors. The legacy or embassy of the great emperor of India, Pressure John, Bento Emmanuel, King of Portugal, was printed in England in 1533. It authors claims that ambassadors sent from Pressure John were very warmly welcomed by the Portuguese great reputation until afterwards they took their leave and so merely returned safe home again to their country. This narrative would undoubtedly have placed a feather in the Portuguese cap and provoked envy among every other European nation.
So who was the first to come up into Africa? Portuguese. And what did the other European people follow them? They followed the trail of the Portuguese, which led to slavery and colonialism. But they were searching for Ethiop, Melchizedek, Prester John, he who comes to help. He who comes to help. They was afraid. So when they finally, it took them a while. It wasn't until His Majesty spoke up for we, the black peoples of the world, that the Pope and them just said they ain't got no choice. They got to get hard. Mussolini, you crazy enough, going up in there. Let's see if they really got mystical powers. Go ahead, Mussolini, you crazy. Go ahead. Huh? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I. Go ahead. Go ahead, chap. Let's go. Keep.
Any purported contact with Prester John, even minimal, appears to have been worn like a badge of honor, a sign of worldliness granted through association with the richest and most powerful ruler on earth.
Oh. Listen, man.
Fireball.
It's a lot of people have told people about Tartarians more, and everybody was this and this saying this, but their dream was not that. And that's a fact. The delegation of authority came from Ethiopia. You can't run around it. You can't play with it. And today you have to beat people in the head to say, do you know that the emperor of Ethiopia gave you a charter? Do you know that's a badge of honor? Do you know how powerful that is? Do you know that they dreamed of that? And you have it and you don't know how to use the key. We playing games.
Hot.
We playing games. People are trying to impress with language and not telling the truth of history. You can't run from Ethiopia. Just get over it.
Fire.
and let's unify and understand it is the delegation of authority. Oh, foolish people who run from the very thing that is the power of the world. And we missed it. We missed it. We still playing, trying to assess this and that, and we don't know what's going on. Yes, I. Keep going.
Hold up. Forward down. Come forward again. Come on down. Right there. Any purported contact with Prester John, even criminal, appears to have been worn like a badge of honor, a sign of worldliness granted through association with the richest and most powerful ruler on earth. It is therefore no surprise that the notorious Shirley brothers, Anthony and Robert, self-serving adventurers, adept at using Eastern monarchs for their own agenda, also profess indirect contact with Prester John. George Manwaring, one of Arthur Anthony Shirley's attendants, records how, upon one of Anthony's audiences with the Persian Shah Abbas the Great in 1598-99, he was greeted very royally, and the king gave him a crucifix of gold with diamonds, turquoise, and rubies. And this crucifix was sent to the king from Prester John, as the king himself did show it to us. These fallacies of the early modern period hint at the legend's sinister undercurrent. From its earliest implementation, the story of Prester John was not only used to explore utopian ideas about medieval government and facilitate sideswipes insults as the Byzantine emperor, but was deployed time and time again to support European invasions of the Islamic world. Found in Ethiopia. By the early modern period, the Prester John myth had undergone a substantial geographical shift following the reports from Marco Polo, William of Rubruck, and others. European thinkers became increasingly convinced that their predecessors were mistaken and that rather than being located in the extreme Orient or Central Asia, the kingdom of Prester John was instead unequivocally to be found in Ethiopia. Even in this period of travel and exploration for Europeans, Ethiopia was still a scarcely visited country, known only for being a schematic Christian kingdom in a poorly defined region located somewhere to the west of the Nile. It was therefore a part of the world where fertile soil was still available for the sowing of legends. The Queen of Sheba, the Ark of the Covenant, home within Ethiopian borders. And yet, while Europeans had a very limited understanding of Ethiopia and its peoples, the same cannot be said of the universe. For far from being a dormant region, passively awaiting the enlightenment of discovery, Ethiopians were exploring the streets of Europe long before Europeans had ventured into Ethiopia or any other part of sub-Saharan Africa. Fireball.
Yes, I. Give thanks, chap. Give thanks.
Selah.
I'm gonna open the floor. Gonna open the floor. We're gonna open the floor. Floor is open.
Yes, I.
Yes, sir.
Give thanks. Beautiful. Yeah, as we were going through that, Russ, and the dating, um, what we found in there was that when they first was saying that he was unable to cross the river Tigris, that was in 1155. That was when the time of the Crusades of Europe. Well, at that time, that is the time of um, Lalibela. That's the time of Lalibela and his brother. Lalibela and his brother were well known in Jerusalem. His brother was something of. Let me just see what his brother's name was. Kedus Ab, Saint Kedus Ab. He was in 1133. He was the predecessor to Lalibela. So this is the period that they're talking about, and this is where Lalibela and Kedus Ab were known in Jerusalem, and that's when they went and from there that's when the Lalibela was built, the rock-hewn churches, the New Jerusalem. So that's that period, and then at the time when the Catholics.
Hold on. So
Yes,
if you are, I mean, not if you're, I trust you and I know your mind and I know your dating is always on point. So being on point with that, that would make sense why there was no need to carry an army up to Jerusalem because the ark is here in New Jerusalem. Why are we going to go up there like we're defending something? That's not the holy city no more. And so they're thinking they're still fighting over this as though this is a determinant of the kingdom. But they still know, okay, Prester John didn't come. Why didn't he come? So this don't determine this the kingdom. Because Prester John come.
cut out.
Well, why didn't come? Is he? What is it? But they still hear the story, the letters. No, he's not. He's still alive. It's still going on. How is it? But he didn't come because the Kevin the Goss told you the story. Now, when did Robert Bruce take the Kevin the Goss into England? At what date?
1800s and something.
So now you see their awareness, and they're not. Remember, Ethiopia just locked in their area and didn't come out no more like it used to. They used to have adventures that went out on the, but it wasn't like they were going out as a great army to conquer nothing. Remember, they shut down. So now they're trying to understand, well, what happened? Where did it go? Was it a myth? Where's the mythical kings, the god kings, the king priests, the ancient magi's? Where are they? They usually come up. Shabaka came up. Pianki came up. Where are they? New Jerusalem is where they are. Ethiopia has a living reality. It's not a belief system. They're not following a story or a book. So when Frumitus came to King Izana, he didn't come telling him about no Christianity.
Right, King. Can I just jump in there, Russ?
Yes, sir. Come on, King.
Yeah, he didn't. That's so right what you're saying. He didn't come and accept Christianity because if you type into Google the major event of the 4th century AD, you will see that the major event was that the Ethiopian king Dom and King Man were co-opted into the Christian northern, Christian story. That was their major event, that the Ethiopians come with them. Not that they gave the story to the Ethiopians, is that the historians came with them and gave their story credibility. It's a reverse. This is why this story of the finding of the true cross in Helena is such a travesty, because it's a reverse psychology. They've reversed the story, and Ethiopians have bitten it lock, stock, and barrel. These modern Ethiopians, But it was like what you're saying. It's come the other way. King is the attribute and the God and the power that the Christian kingdom had gained is that Ethiopia had become confederate with it.
Yes.
That's the point. It's not an acceptance. It's a validation. The fact of Izana being part of it gives it validation, gives the Roman Christian Empire a foundation and a validation. Yes, that's. I would just like to say that on that, but I just want to just go on over a couple more things, just about, because you'll find this very interesting as well. In that the dating of 1547, when they came on, where they were still looking for Prester John, and the Ethiopians in 1533 had sent envoys to the Portuguese king at that period, what you just read. Well, when that happened, that is 1533 is when Ethiopia was under the devastation of Gran, the Muslim. Ethiopia had been under Gran's devastations from 1527. So in 1533, it was the grand period of destruction in Ethiopia, the Muslim conquest. So then, because Gran was killed in 1542, so what they're actually telling you about there is the Ethiopians going there to the his name was John as well, the Portuguese king. His name was King John, and he sent troops then to go and help Ethiopia. And then that is where they killed Gran, and that was in 1542. So this is the period that they're talking about. And just one other thing before you come in.
Before you go past there, they allowed them to stay in the points of their castles. And later historians like to try to say that the Portuguese built the castles. But
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right, King. You're perfectly right, because they were already built. But what happened there though was that the Portuguese then, because then it comes into the papal bull of 15 around that time, 1550, or 1540 something, was the papal bull where they claimed that that all of the kingdoms would be subjugated, or princes of all the kingdoms would be subjugated to the Pope. So
Yes.
this is the period that was a papal bull. The eye probably knows the name of it. Can't remember the name of it, but I think it was in about 1545, around that time. It was in this period of after Gran was taken out of Ethiopia. So then so then that is the period now when Sasenios, after that, then the Portuguese had the Catholic Jesuits had a foothold in Ethiopia after they defeated Gran. They helped the Ethiopians defeat Gran. So then they stayed in Ethiopia for not a lot of them, but a contingent of them stayed in Ethiopia and were influential on the future king. Well, then that's when Sasenios became into Ethiopia, into power, King Negus Sasenios. And Sasenios then forcibly converted his people to Catholicism at
Hmm?
that time.
Go ahead. Yes.
And what they banned from that time, the Catholics came in under the power of Sosenius,
Huh?
was that they banned the use of the tablet in the church.
Okay.
They took out the tablet from the church, and they wasn't allowed to use it. Well, then there was an uprising. The clergy was uprising, so then they allowed them to reinstate the use of the tablet. But the use of the tablet then, because they had a Catholic influence, is what they've got today is the Hulit Lidet doctrine, because they'd done away with the power of the king, because they were putting the Pope and his priesthood between the king, because they had claimed primacy. So they were in. So the Pope was in Ethiopia at that time. So this is the controversy that came into Ethiopia with the two birth doctrine and the three birth doctrine at that time. So, and what it brings us back to, the story now of the Tigris, because the Tigris is in, which was in Tigris is in the river that comes down from the Caucasus Mountains, comes down into Armenia. And in the story, it said that the Ethiopian Prester John was unable to cross the Tigris, but he didn't come from there. But saying he didn't come from there, that's where we get the story now in Ethiopia, which is still relevant today, of the Tigrians, because the Tigrians have a Tigris origin. So these are the northern kings of Ethiopia, have a Tigrian heritage.
Mm-hmm.
And as opposed to the southern Solomonide kings, which His Majesty's people comes from. So this is where the conflict, which turned into the Zamana Massafant, which was 125 years of disruption in Ethiopia from about 1730 to 1855, when Tawadros came in. This is where the Zamana Massafant was, because it was a still argument over this Catholic dominated form of Tewahida worship and the original form of Tewahida worship in the king, which is the three birth doctrine. There's the Christ on earth, the God on earth, who was, again, we can go back now to Lalibela, because Lalibela, actually, if you read Lalibela's writing, he actually called himself the Christ. He actually called himself the Christ, Lalibela.
Teach.
So it's very, very, this is a very complex subject, and but I've actually written a book on it, and I've unraveled it. But I reverse engineered, like, this is what we have to do. We have to take something apart, reverse engineer it, and put it back together. So in this history of 1500s, where we get the papal bull claiming over the territories, Russ, that papal bull where he claims the right over all the territories and princes and kingdoms. The Pope claims to be higher than all of them, and gives their armies permission
You want
to.
the Dumas Diversus, right?
What's that, Russ?
The Dumas Diversus.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the name of that one. It's 1540 something. It's 1540 something that I'm not sure of the name of it. I've actually got it written in my book, but I can't remember the name of it. But I don't know. It's not the Doom. I don't think it's that one. It's the one where they, in the Americas, where they claim, it's the one that for the Americas, where they claim rights over all peoples who they come across.
Oh yeah, it's after that. Yes.
That's 1540 something. It's a papal bull. what's that one? Oh, that's not Discovery. No. Is that it? I don't think it's that one. I'd have to let me see if I can find it. Well, anyway, Russ, I won't look for it now, but you know what I'm talking about anyway. Right? So this is
They are the dates.
sorry?
See them in the Dumas, the
Oh, right, 15.
Roma is
Yeah, I don't think that's the one, is it? Indigenous groups. However, many point out the statement stop short of amending the paper balls, them diverses. No, it's not that one, Russ. Oh, 1450. Yeah, this one is 15 something, Russ. It's 15. That's 1455. This one is 1540 something. And it's
all right.
where,
Go ahead and make your point. I'll find it.
yeah, it's the one where, but this is where they claim, this is where, because the Portuguese Jesuits actually claimed, the Pope actually, with the Portuguese Jesuits, the this is where the Catholicism come into Ethiopia proper, which is still in there today with this Hulit doctrine. And that is that doctrine there is where they claimed that they were over all of the countries that they came across in the world. They were the Pope was head of all the kingdoms and everything. They were all subject to him. There was no princes higher than him. It's 15 something. I can't, but it's not that. That's not it, Russ. I've got it in my book, but I'd have to search for it. But yeah. So what happened then? So when Sasenius now became, I think this was about in like 1580, Sasenius became into power. He's the one who then converted by force the people to come to Catholicism. And then in 1609, his son, Fasilidas, he actually came to the throne while his father was still alive, but because he asked his father, what do you keep killing your own people for, like for this thing here, and stopped it. So then they expelled them in 1609. They expelled the Jesuits again because they were first expelled in 1520. They'd been there from 15
I know exactly. Go ahead.
they'd been there from 15 I think that the Jesuits first came into Ethiopia about 1507, and then they were expelled in 1527. And in 1528, then the Muslim Gran invaded. But at the time after the war, when they killed Gran, the Muslims, when after they'd killed Gran, the Jesuits, to try and get a hold over the Ethiopian king, they actually joined and they were joined with the converted Muslims in the country who had remained there, because after the Gran, because Gran had been there from 1528 for 20 odd years until 1542. Oh, so no, what's that? 16 years, right? He was there for 16 years. Well, in that time of the conversions, there were a lot of people who were converted to the Muslim faith.
Right.
So then the Jesuits, in order to get a hold still over the king, were actually secretly joined forces with the Muslims and were undermining the king, even though they were claiming to be his this was about 1556. They were claiming to be his the king's allies. They were actually allies working against them. They were double agents kind of thing, working with the Muslim powers that were undercover in the land. So this is where Ethiopia, this trouble that what we're seeing in Ethiopia now. That's the oranges. That's the origins of it. 1500 and odd. 1550, about 15. The 16th century.
Well, could you read this point right here? Well, you might want to hold on me trying to so you can see it.
Well, you want me to read it?
Start right here.
Right. Several important Judaistic practices are part of the church. The concept and function of the tablet is very similar to the Old Testament understanding of the ark. Each church has a tablet, which is a copy of the original one, thought to be an axum. The bishop consecrates the tablet rather than the church building, just as David danced before the ark in 2 Samuel. The Ethiopian clergy at the feast of Timket sing and dance as the ark is taken from the church building in procession. The threefold division of the Ethiopian church is based upon the Temple of Solomon. The innermost part where the ark rests is called the Mekadis, or it's the Mekdas actually. I don't know, it's Mekdas. Maqdas, Mekdas. Here, only the senior priests and the kings are admitted. The middle section is called the Kedist, where the priests and those receiving communion stand. The outside ambulatory, the Kine Amlet, is where the hymns are sung by the Deptera, the cantors, and where many of the congregations stand. Ethiopian religious music is believed to have similarities to Hebrew music. The twofold division of Israelite priesthood is paralleled in Ethiopia. The clergy of the Old Testament were divided into priests and Levites, with the Levites responsible for choral functions. In the Ethiopian church, there are priests and Deptera, the Deptera being comparable to the Levites. The idea of religious dancing is taken from the Old Testament, as is antiphonal singing and chanting of psalms. Even the musical instruments of Ethiopia appear to have a certain likeness to Old Testament instruments, or have at least drawn inspirations from them. Ethiopians maintain strict dietary laws based upon food laws of the Pentateuch. They follow in detail the teaching of Leviticus regarding mammals and birds, and even the statement in Genesis concerning the forbidden sinews, shelada. They refuse to eat animals which do not chew the cud or have cloven hooves. Slaughtering and bleeding of animals is performed according to Pentateuchal requirements, as found in Genesis 9:4 and Leviticus. There are strict regulations concerning ritual cleanliness. Anyone who is unclean from sexual intercourse, seminal flow, or menstruation may not enter a church. Sexual relations are forbidden during menstruation and during days of fasting. A man who is present at childbirth is considered unclean, and a woman may not enter the church for 40 days after giving birth. Only Jews and Ethiopians practice circumcision on the 8th day. The days for baptizing infants, 40 days for male and 80 days for female, seem to follow Jewish laws of presentation at the temple. The observation of the Sabbath, in addition to Sunday, was a deeply rooted practice in Ethiopia, but the exact meaning of the Ethiopian Sabbath was not always clear. Now, you see that what they're just calling there, the observance of the Sabbath in addition to Sunday, that was called the Eustatios. That again comes back to the 14th century, 1300s. There was a monk who was named Eustatios. So they named this tradition after him. And then in the 15th century, Zara Yacob adopted the Eustatios as a nationalist movement against the domination of the Greco-Roman Coptic Church of Egypt, because that it had been Greco-Roman from its inception in the Roman Empire time, which is when they say that Ezana accepted Christianity, which is as we say, it's not that. That's not the proper story. It's turn around. I'll continue. Hebrew influence on holiday celebrations may be less obvious but equally important. The Ethiopian New Year, September the 11th, is almost certainly related to the New Year of the Jewish calendar. Ethiopia Easter, Passover, has overtones of the Jewish Passover, both in name and observance. There is no doubt that much of the Ethiopian culture has been affected by a biblical Hebraic tradition. Again, I would refute that. It's the other way around. The Hebraic tradition is affected by Ethiopian culture. They've spun the thing, the story. But though many traditions stem from Judaism, Ethiopia adapted and reshaped them to fit the peculiar character of her Christianity. This reshaping is for the most part consistent with basic Christian ideas. Jewish concepts supplied a form in which Christian understanding were clothed.
So what happens is Ethiopia has a living reality, and they see it and they say, oh, well, that's Judaism. No, it's a living reality. They're not practicing a Jewish faith. They're not practicing religion. They are the living reality of the story. It's the law of continuity. See, they've trained our mind to think that everyone is a fictitious story in a book. And Ethiopia is the truth. And they know it. That's why they went there and bowed down. See, it's the perception of the reality is how they fed it to us. While all along they are grasping for something. And we couldn't see that there was something they were grasping for that was bigger than themselves. Because we always seen the oppressor as seeming the dominant story of the world. But they weren't. And everywhere they went at, they've seen this Ethiopian. They seen this royalty. They seen the king priest. They went to Asia and they seen him. They went here and they seen him. They said, wow, this Ethiopian king priest is okay. Seems like he was in more than one place at a time. And when we look at the history of the Kushite Ethiopian, and we let it track it throughout the world from India to Asia to the Americas. And we track the same star knowledge. And we hear the prophecy that Balaam gave a star prophecy. He's the father of the Magi, according to Ethiopian tradition. But Prester John is a king priest, a Magi, a descendant of the Magi. They didn't just say anything. They say a descendant of the Magi. Well, who is the Magi? Balaam is a grandson of Melchizedek. So Melchizedek has to be a star king. He is the continuity, but he is Ethiopia. He is Cush. He is our story. He is you. He is me. It is I and I. Floor is open. Floor is open.
Teacher.
Yes, sir. Come forward.
Yes, I Nagusa Salam, Leku Lekemu. In I studies, it also says that Pastor John was a that label was mistaken for what the Ethiopians were saying, priest Jahoi. You know, and it's a European um, uh,
Misnomer. Misnomer is the word, Russ.
misnomer of the word priest Jahoi. They thought they were saying Prester John, Prester Jahan, but they were saying priest Jahoi. Baba Jahoi. Baba Jahoi.
Before we go and open the floor, I wanted to read something that was different here. And in addition to the Hebraic influences on Ethiopian Christianity, it is obvious that certain remnants of primal religion have given a distinguished feature to the church. His Majesty said, just as much as I am Christian, Muslim, I am pagan. So those ancient heroes. Some of these practices have been accommodated by the church, but many more form a substruct that is part of the life of people who are members of the church but feel the need for additional resources to meet life exigencies. Even though the church may officially condemn such beliefs, gods of primal religions were not completely destroyed, but were modified as good or evil spirits. Belief in the evil eye and the importance of fetishes and charms is common. Belief in the power of spirits is common, with Satan being most powerful spirit. Amulets contain scriptures and are decorated with saints. The most powerful amulet is the cross. Priests in their debatira sometimes perform rites of exorcism. Holy springs believed to originated from Jordan River are named after Christ, Mary, or the saints. Ethiopia holds components of its ancient roots. They didn't die because they're living realities. See, floor is open, floor is open.
Yes, sir. To the chair.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir. I was just going to ask for clarity because I know we was using some biblical references. Maybe just a brief explanation because I know in the Bible Melchizedek is Canaanite, and I know that maybe could throw some people off with some of the language you're using here tonight. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Can I come in there?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, right. Well, the idea of Canaanite, the Canaanites were Jebusites. The Jebusite, Melchizedek was a Jebusite. So his descendants and the Melchizedek kings, the priest kings, are Jebusites. So this is where the narrative in the Bible jumps, because what happened is when they allegedly, when they left with Moses and they went across the Red Sea and then went into Moses had passed, and then Joshua, who is Yeshua, had taken over the leadership in the conquest of the land of Canaan, and then they went into the land of Jericho. When they went into the land of Jericho, when they went to take the city of Jericho in the land of Canaan, sorry, Jericho was a city in Canaan. When they went to take Jericho, there's the one called Akan. Akan is the name, because when we're talking about these people, even though they're talking about individuals, they're actually talking about nations. So Akan is the people of Ghana, the people, the people of the nation of Ghana. And so what the Akan did against Israel, supposedly, as the story narrates, is that he went into when they went into Jericho, he took a robe. He took a beautiful robe, and he took silver and gold, and he carried it back to his tent, and he kept it in his tent. Well, it was found, but allegedly there had been an order through Joshua given to him by Xavier to say they must destroy everything in Jericho. That means what they were destroying is, well, let's just, before I go on to that. So what was it? A robe. What does a robe belong to? A robe belongs to a priest. What does gold represent? The gold represents the sun. The silver represents the moon. So we've got the priests of the sun and the moon in allegory here. So when when Joshua found out that Akan, who is Ghanaian, that is the Akan people of Ghana, the Ashanti, the Fanti, the Ga, all of those people, they're all come under the Ashanti, they all come under the Akan nation. So where he put this in his tent, what did he take? He took a robe, a beautiful robe, and who the robes belong to? Priests. He took silver and he took gold. So they're the gold is male, and the silver is female, the sun and the moon, that same male and female thing. So what we've got there is the original Melchizedek order of worshipping the sun and the moon, and there were the priesthood. That was the priesthood. So then what did they do? When they found out that Akan had done this, they killed him, but they didn't only kill him, they killed his family, right? So this is where the severance, that story is the severance of the Jebusite, the Melchizedek order, where they brought it down now. And then David, then they bring it down, because that's around 1200, that's in the 1200s, which is the 13th century BC. Then they come down like within 300 years of obfuscated history, and then David now has overtaken the Jebusite city, right, of Jerusalem, and this is where the new narrative comes in. But it doesn't come in until the new narrative doesn't really come in until the time of Jeroboam, who is the descendant of Solomon. He's Solomon's son of the northern kingdom. So there we see, so what we're seeing is the original, what we're seeing there is the original conquest over the north and south, which was in ancient Kemet, where the unification of the two lands, the north and the south. It's a creation story. So what we're seeing there in the Bible is another creation story in allegorical terms. So I hope that helps the Russ, Daniel, in understanding that, because that is where the Melchizedek, the star knowledge, is where that is overthrown. At that narrative in the Bible is the overthrow of the star knowledge, where they kill Akan, because what you're showing here there is the Hamite people of the Canaanites are of the whole continent of Ethiopia, what they call Africa. But I never call it Africa. I call it the continent of Ethiopia. And there's north, south, east, and west Ethiopia of the continent. So the west of the continent is where this power of kingship remains. You know, it's not only in the east, but the King of Kings is in the east. The golden child is in the east, but the kings of the whole nation of Ethiopia and the whole land of Ethiopia, the continent of Ethiopia, the connected royalty, the royalty of all these lands are connected. How when you see now in Europe, they say, oh, you know, Princess so-and-so will marry Prince so-and-so, you know, to keep the bloodline in the royal vein. Where did they get it from? They didn't invent that. They got it from the Ethiopian continent, because Ethiopia is the foundation. So that is the point in the Bible where you see the theft of our legacy actually there, where they've actually killed the African brother from a can. They murder him. You know, they stone him to death and his family. So that means they sever that a can from the they sever a can from the Israelite story there. So that is the severance, you know. Yes, sir. Give thanks. I'll leave it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yes, sir. Ross Daniel, the Melchizedek that we're speaking on is the Melchizedek that the Bible and everything references. And yes, it is Canaanite. He is a Canaanite. Name Zedek is the name of the Canaanite god. But in the Bible, they use Melchizedek as the holder of the original covenant, as king and priest, who even Jesus was made a high priest after the order of Melchizedek.
And don't forget the practice of Kurban, of taking the sacrament, the wine and the body, the bread and the wine, is from Melchizedek.
Yes, no blood sacrifice,
Yes,
but bread and wine.
yes. So that is the order from Melchizedek. So you know, and also the Trinity was male and female, and the Son. That there was the male and the female, and the Son on the earth was the king on the earth, who is Melchizedek in the body. You know, but Melchizedek isn't one people either. He's not one person. He's actually a lineage. So so when they say that Abraham came and saw Melchizedek, we can actually look in the Ethiopian king list. If we can date Abraham, we can look in the Ethiopian king list and see that Melchizedek's offspring within 100 years, which would have been it would have been his grandson, and Melchizedek's grandson. That would have been. This is my opinion. That would have been whom Abraham met, because Melchizedek is before Abraham. The Melchizedek himself, like the first Melchizedek, Melchiah, he's about 100 years before Abraham. But it doesn't mean that just because that original first Melchizedek, who is the grandfather of Balaam, to put it in a time context, Abraham would have met he would have met probably Balaam himself, to be truthful, because if he's the grandson, and if you take 30 years 30 years a generation, then you've got Melchizedek's son, and then Melchizedek's grandson might be like 60 to 80 years after him. So this is whom Abraham would have taken his spoils to. And this is where the idea of giving a tenth of your, in the church, they give the tithe of a tenth of their spoils, or of their wages, was where Abraham gave to Melchizedek a tenth of his spoils after he'd gone back battling from the 10 kings. And then, that's where he gave him the battle from the 10 kings. And then Abraham, well, I've lost this train of thought there. But you get what I'm saying, though. Oh, I'm talking about, yeah. So it's Melchizedek's foreparent of successors, probably who Abraham met, because Abraham I date him to 1770, and 1770 is a very important very important time in, because that is also when they say that the Hyksos invaded Egypt. You know, it's the same exactly the time frame that they give, 1770. So that is the Abraham, and I think that the Abraham, as you know, as opposed to Abram, you see how the name changes in the Bible. I think Abram is the Ethiopian, and I think Abraham, even though he's related, he's one of the invaders, because the invaders, they've come from the Mesopotamia region, you know, coming up from Mesopotamia through down into what they call Israel, what we know now as Israel, which was Canaan. He'd come through there. He'd come through there because they had been overthrown by the Sargon in Mesopotamia. You know, his family, his lineage, his African lineage, because Abraham is still an African, even though he's coming in. He's what they've got is a different cultural interpretation of the science, but they're still the same people. He's still an African coming from up there in Mesopotamia, in Mesopotamia, and he's coming down in through Canaan into Mizraim. You know, so these stories, if you once you look into the time frame of it, you can actually put it together pretty accurately. Yes, I give thanks. There's no sound coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah. I don't know. I seen it buffing. It was chemical. All right. So Melchizedek, king priest, he is the first priest mentioned in the Bible, king of Salem. So Ethiopia, Melchizedek, according to the scripture, is the first priestly order. So not Levite, not none of that. Melchizedek is the first priesthood. So Ethiopia has a priesthood prior to an Abraham. So the Abrahamic construct, Ethiopia is prior even to the Abraham. Then in the book of Hebrews, they go and they say in the book of Hebrews uses Melchizedek as the basis to show that Jesus' priesthood is superior to the Levitical. So we just listened to how they use Prester John to give a delegation of authority. Now Melchizedek is the delegator of authority in Scripture. But we don't see that. Melchizedek, Ethiopia. And we don't see it as a living reality. We want religion rather than see that we have a charter from the King of Kings, the Emperor, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie, gave we, the Black peoples, multiple types of Black peoples of the world, a charter to govern ourselves. and self-determination and independence from foreign domination. He is a help. He came to bring help. Came to bring help. And he brought help. He gave us help. But do we accept the help? Or are we unmindful? Are we so wanting to be boastful as, I don't know, as the new Savior or the new Jesus or whatever, that we can't see the help? So we call on those who see and accept the help. We're going to go a little further, a little faster, and we're going to close out. We're not going long. So let's get a little something in, and we'll come back to it as well. But I wanted to start with this.
The Bible ain't never said nothing about being part of the oppressive system. Never. Not in the real literature. That fake stuff they got now, give unto Caesar which is Caesar, that's some shit they put out by who? Who put that out? The Romans put it out. Who wrote those scripts? After Jesus died, the Romans put that shit out. That's propaganda. In real spiritual wars, we're talking about dialectical opposites. And I'll tell you why we know that. Because we are the actual beneficiaries of that hell to know that we so supposed to have been opposite from their ass when we made that damn choice in the damn 60s and have them to fool us to think that these laws apply to us in any other kind of way. It's just to lull us to sleep. Seriously, I'm telling you, the spiritual ain't got nothing to do with, the physical ain't got nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever. The reason why I know is this here. Do you know that every day of my waking life, this is what I do? I'm not talking, see, it's a different thing is, the Bible ain't never said nothing about being part of the oppressive system. Never. Not in the real literature. That fake stuff they got now, give unto Caesar which is Caesar, that's some shit they put out by who? Who put that out? The Romans put it out.
What do you think? Caesar was not the delegation of authority. They were using something else as a delegation of authority. So in the writings, you can even assess certain things. But let's go a little further. We hit that all of that now.
This may be the most important news of our lifetime. What you're looking at are leaked images, and it changes everything we know about the ancients and pyramids. The image above is showing what's underneath the middle pyramid of Giza, not the Great Pyramid. The team has discovered 8 wells with spiral tunnels around each one underneath the pyramid. It goes 640 meters into the bedrock of the plateau. To give you a scale of what that is, the Great Pyramid is 146 meters tall. That's 4.5 times the height into the ground. They end at 2 cubes that are 80 meters by 80 meters. We don't know what's in them. That's not all. Inside the pyramid, 5 new chambers, almost exactly like the Great Pyramid's King's Chamber, were discovered. The chambers are arranged in the same way the towers at Angkor Wat are arranged. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid is made out of absolutely massive blocks of rose granite from 900 kilometers away in Aswan. That chamber is a perfect 2-square rectangle in geometric terms. The team used that chamber to test the accuracy of their Doppler technology for imaging. That revealed the full internal structure of the middle pyramid and these weird tuning fork things that are going into the ground. New features at Angkor Wat and new pyramids in Guatemala were discovered using non-invasive technologies as well. Why is this one so important? This remains the current explanation for how these were built. Explaining one of these tunnels this way would be insane. They did it 8 times. This level of sophistication is not only beyond their capabilities, it more closely resembles our computer architecture, except they were doing it in 3D. Can't explain those with that anymore. This conference was held 2 days ago. More findings will be released every day, and I will cover each and every one of them. I'll post my thoughts on this in a longer form YouTube video tonight with all the papers that I have linked. But for now, let it sink in that you will tell your grandkids you lived through the discovery that changed the entire human story.
Now, say, well, what is that where we're at? So let's get. I think this is it right here.
Basically teaching to the converted now. It's not going to be too many other people that you got to come out, because it's not a movement. This is the key now. And we must stress this as we go on closer and closer into the apocalypse, or going to the end of the apocalypse, and we'll explain that too. This is not a movement whereas you got to go out and saying you got to get the masses. So the reason why you don't think anything is going on, because you see the masses is all messed up. The whole key is you can't wake up 80 million people in the United States. Now when I say that, we're talking about 40 to 60 million black people, and we're talking about closely 80 million people when you talk about the black Hispanics that don't know that they're black, and the black Native Americans, there's some of them that still don't know that they're black. You see what I'm saying? And also you got a white element of that also too. You can't wake up, if you tried to wake up 80 million people, that means that you'll be here till the year 4000. And you still have about 3 million people that you woke up. It don't go like that, but we'll explain the metaphysical concept on what does occur. But the only ones that need to understand what's going on is the ones that's woke up now. Now let me explain this again. What do I mean by that? The reason why you are woke, because some incarnation passed in the past history, a couple of thousand years ago. You said we're going into a hibernation. You see what I'm saying? You say, okay, we've been on this world for a couple of thousand millions of years. Now it's time for us to go through the metamorphosis stage where we go to a higher realm, back to the godhood. Now, at that particular time, you said, well, you actually gave this planet up. You see what I'm saying? You outgrew it and you gave it to the cracker. That's why he's still out there looking for trees and National Geographic and searching for all this kind of stuff and always exploring, because he's a baby. So you said, I'm going to wake up one day and I'm going to retake my planet, but it's going to be on a greater level than what you think this physical shit where you got all the damn automobiles.
Now, I want y'all to listen to Bobby Hemmett is speaking, right? But I want you to think in spirit. And I want you to think Ethiopian when he's saying this. Because the Ethiopian reclused themselves and pulled back into the interior of what is Ethiopia. And they stayed as protectors of the New Jerusalem until the time would come when the Star King would come. And then it would be time to retain or retake the planet in a greater level. And you must become greater than what they've educated you for. You must become something they couldn't educate you to be. So it's a time. And so when you Here, teachers are teaching. They channeling. They doing their studies, but they're channeling. He's channeling. And I want you to hear Ethiopia when he speaks.
We're basically teaching to the converted now. It's not going to be too many other people that you got to come out, because it's not a movement. This is the key now. And we must stress this as we go on closer and closer into the apocalypse, or going to the end of the apocalypse, and we'll explain that too. This is not a movement whereas you got to go out and saying, you got to get the masses. So the reason why you don't think anything is going on, because you see the masses is all messed up. The whole key is, you can't wake up 80 million people in the United States. Now when I say that, we're talking about 40 to 60 million black people, and we're talking about closely 80 million people when you talk about the black Hispanics that don't know that they're black, and the black Native Americans, there's some of them that still don't know that they're black. You see what I'm saying? And also you got a white element of that also too. You can't wake up, if you tried to wake up 80 million people, that means that you'll be here till the year 4000. And you still have about 3 million people that you woke up. It don't go like that, but we'll explain the metaphysical concept on what does occur. But the only ones that need to understand what's going on is the ones that's woke up now. Now let me explain this again. What do I mean by that? The reason why you are woke, because some incarnation passed in the past history, a couple of thousand years ago, you said we're going into a hibernation. You see what I'm saying? You say, okay, we've been on this world for a couple of thousand millions of years. Now it's time for us to go through the metamorphosis stage where we go to a higher realm, back to the godhood. Now, at that particular time, you say, well, you actually gave this planet up. You see what I'm saying? You outgrew it and you gave it to the cracker. That's why he's still out there looking for trees and National Geographic and searching for all this kind of stuff and always exploring, because he's a baby. So you said, I'm going to wake up one day and I'm going to retake my planet, but it's going to be on a greater level than what you think this physical shit where you got all the damn automobiles and the cars and up in some corporate office with some suit on. You said, I'm going to wake up. So you encoded or decoded within yourself a timer to go off on which you would wake up into the future. So you set your timer to go off that would wake you up into the future. And that's why a lot of you are being woke. You are coming alive, or you are waking up, or you are already woke. It's just a matter, you know, when you wake, if you woke, somebody moved you into a new damn house while you were sleeping, you still got to learn the damn house and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some of you still find out where the bathroom is. The key is you are woke. And the process of being awake is to stumble through the maze. You got it? But you set the timer on when you was going to wake up. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, the other people, they haven't woke up yet, but if those people set their time to wake up at 11 o'clock, and you woke up at 6, I'll be damn if I set my timer to wake up at 11. You understand where I'm coming from? And you come up in there at 6 o'clock trying to wake my behind up. I'm going to be pissed off. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why you are catching resistance from the masses is because they haven't set their timers to wake up yet. There are some people that's woke, but they're searching. And that's why you can come and give a brother the knowledge. They got it the first day. And they own it. They can understand it. Then you can have a person, they can go to all the meetings. They can go to all the things based on a social thing, and they still can't bear witness to nothing. Still dead. That means that all the learning, they still the nigga that they were in 1980s. So what you got is two different dimensions. You must understand. This is the physical world that is a hologram. But if you was to open yourselves up, the ones that are somehow interested in this knowledge, and see another person that's rejecting this, you would find out that you will have a semi-dim light that's came on. And those people's light is still dormant. You understand what I'm saying? The reason why you can't tell is because you're looking with these two eyes, which is a cheat. This is an illusion. It only submits things which a series of events that do not exist. So the difference between you and the other brother and sister is they are more dormant Their light is still off. It don't mean that they're negative. It's just that everybody don't wake up the same time. You understand what I'm saying? Every morning. So based on nature and based on cycles, everything don't just come along the same time. Some flowers bloom before the other flowers. You understand the concept and what we're dealing with here? So now the key is we're talking about time is going on, and don't make a difference how much you go and holler in their face. They're going to reject it for the simple fact they're in another dimension. They're somewhere in the 1980s. And like I said before, you got Negroes that don't even have a clue. I mean, they be good people. You know, they pull down $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year. You know, they got the nice clothes on, and these people, these good people, some of these people got your back. They won't shit you. You can always depend on them. You understand what I'm saying? But they're still good, dead people. I mean, these people got your back up until the time when you start talking that crazy shit. You understand? You know the concept? And then all of a sudden they lose it. That is because if you are hollering or if you are just speaking to a person, and that person is not woke up, that's like you coming in a damn room and saying, "Get up!" That'll scare the hell out of somebody. You understand what I'm saying? So what it is a piercing noise, not actually based on the range of your voice, but the things that you are saying, they do not compute. So therefore, when they use logic and rationale, it does not compute with them, because they are still using logic and rationale, which is only for the physical, mundane laws of the world. You understand what's going on here? So we must understand these particular things on what we're dealing with here.
So everybody's not going to get it at the same time. You know, that's just a reality.
Human beings have not yet developed a sense organ to perceive this color. This mysterious 12th color is mostly invisible. They found that this hidden vibration cannot be penetrated by X-rays. And they had ideas about the way that in ancient Egypt they could send information and energy over large distances. It's an incredible energy known to the ancients and rediscovered since we now know how to test it and how to apply it. At an energetic level, orange has the power to purge toxic energy out of the human energy system. For example, if you train in the pranic healing system, as you're learning to send bioenergy from the body into a person's energy field, it's based on, at the higher levels, being able to project a particular color vibration from the human energy field into the body. And there's very precise combinations. People tend to have a lot of dark, stuck energy in the energy centers of the body. So in their system, they would start by broadcasting the green energy quality. Because what does green do at an energetic level? It starts to break up toxicity. We see the same thing with the impact of green as it manifests in nature. If you're going to be on some type of detox diet, you'll almost always be taking in super green foods. Literally start breaking up toxic concentrations in the body, and it will then help to pull and flush it out of the body. And so from a purely energetic level, in pranic healing, they can project the green prana, and it will start to loosen and break up the toxic concentrations in the body. And then in safe areas of the body, because the orange quality can be very penetrating and very powerful, they'll broadcast the orange quality in, and that forces the body to purge. So if you were to actually test energetically a person's body just before they purge something from their body, you'll see that there's always a buildup of the orange vibration first. A person's about to vomit, you'll see a strong concentration of orange buildup in the stomach. If they're about to urinate, you'll see the buildup of the orange in the urinary bladder. Same thing for the colon if they're about to defecate, etc. But it can also be used to send out from the body any type of toxic energy that's embedded within the body. Now, this can also have a particular impact if you were to apply it at, let's say, the spiritual level. So one thing that can be done and used by advanced healers and spiritual adepts is if a person is in a death process and they're somewhat stuck in the physical body trying to get out, and they're suffering. This is not something that's going to help them to stay in the body any longer. It's just going to extend their suffering. So what can be done is that the orange color can be used to help to release or expel the spirit from the body itself at the time of death. This does become a system that can be used for creating specific vibrational effects, again, at any level of structure, physiological, consciousness, and even at particular spiritual activities. I'll give you another example, in this case using an energy quality that is not as well known, but is within the color spectrum. There's a particular vibrational power that the French researchers discovered when they began to test the energies coming from old Egyptian ritual objects and from the designs of their temples and things like this. They had found that they were able to find this universal vibrational spectrum that applies to all these quality scales, and it had all the colors of the visible spectrum, the red through the violet, and then the red goes to infrared, the violet goes to ultraviolet. And they started out with a straight line bar, but then they realized, no, this needs to become a circle. And then it goes from the ultraviolet to the white, from the infrared to the black. That was 11 bands of energy. Then there was a mysterious hidden 12th band. And they're like, what is this 12th band? And so they developed particular radiesthesia tools that have particular angles and features on them that will begin to move in resonance with these different energies, including this invisible band. And when you were to arrange the colors in a circular spectrum, they found that this mysterious hidden vibration that is mostly invisible, but if it was to manifest physically, it would manifest as a gray color. And it's because human beings have not yet developed a sense organ to perceive this color. And just as a colorblind person will see all colors as shades of gray, all human beings are at the stage of development now that this mysterious 12th color can only be perceived as gray. And so what they referred to it as, and this confused people a lot, is
if you want to know what to charge for your coaching and consulting, then download my pricing guide for coaches. It reveals the exact dollar amounts to charge for your one-on-one coaching, your group coaching, your online courses, and your corporate engagements. So click below and download it for free.
Negative green, because it was directly opposite the green in the spectrum. So green is the central color of the 7 color bands. It's the one in the middle. And so that's why in many types of color therapy, green is used to restore equilibrium. It restores harmony and balance. People aren't harmed by green. All of nature is green. We feel balanced by it because it's the central part, geometrically, of a 7-fold system. It's the balance point in the center. But in a circular array, directly opposite it would be this negative green energy. Now, negative doesn't mean it's necessarily bad, and it doesn't appear as green. It's just the opposite polarity to what we think of as the green. So what they found out about this mysterious 12th color band that was connected to this powerful vibration used in the Egyptian temple science, and then they found it was used in other traditions as well. They found its use in India, they found its use in Easter Island, all kinds of things. This negative green energy they found could penetrate thicknesses of lead that cannot be penetrated by X-rays. And they had ideas about the way that in ancient Egypt they could send information and energy over large distances using negative green broadcast. And if you actually test energetically modern electromagnetic communication technologies and things, what they're actually sending out on those waves would, from a vibrational perspective, be considered to be negative green. It's all a negative green modern technology that we're using a different frame of reference for. We no longer see how it pertains to all the other colors in the bands, but it's all part of the negative green spectrum. So negative green also becomes not only the carrier wave that sends energy and information straight through solid objects. If we were to understand it from modern physics, we would understand it in terms of the neutrinos that can pass straight through the Earth as if physical objects are invisible. It's an incredible energy known to the ancients and rediscovered, and now we use it also in Egyptian biogeometry from Dr. Karim, since we now know how to test it and how to apply it. But it does have a couple of sides to it. When it propagates as a wave in a particular way, it is something that is related to the movement of all life energy. So when they talk about Shakti energy transmissions in the Himalayas, where you're doing like a spiritual energy transmission, let's say from a guru to a disciple, and you're activating the whole system with this transmission. That's using the negative green ray. It can send the energy not just in terms of our modern technology with communication broadcast, but it also has a spiritual aspect. So some of the researchers at that time began to refer to it as not just a carrier wave, but as a spiritual carrier wave. They even did.
Now, I'm going to give you another key here because I don't want you to lose sight of this Melchizedek and what we're speaking about, and then those hidden references. So, he comes to help, restorer of balance, the return the morality back into international law. The world had lost its course. It needed the green light. Some scholars propose that Melchizedek and Al-Qadir, the green man, are the same figure, as both are mysterious, ancient, wise, and often associated with spiritual guidance and our connections to the divine. However, this is not a universally accepted view, and Al-Qadir is also considered by some to be a separate entity from Melchizedek, while Melchizedek is a more prominent in the biblical and other traditions. Similarities between Melchizedek and Al-Qadir. Now, go to another aspect here because Al-Qadir, the green man, Melchizedek associated with the green man. But let's do this. Okay, modern take.
As you're searching, Russ, I'll just say that the Order of Solomon, which His Majesty wears, he's got a green sash.
Yes, I was going there. But you got it. So now you see Osiris, Asar, is called the green man. But it's science. But it's a living reality. It's the Ifa, it's the Odu, it's the Oromelia, it's the diviner, it's divination, it's Balaam, the diviner, the soothsayer, but the star prophecy. It's the Akan, it's the Yoruba, it's the Dogon. Prester John, slavery, colonialism, all of it was they were searching for to steal the Star King truth, the wealth, the kingdom. They wanted it. They feared it. It's always been about Ethiopia. And they've taught us to turn away. So I thank you for this journey into the green light, into a restoration of Ma'atian energy and harmony and justice, the restoration of love, of life, of light, self-determination bringing us to our liberation, staying steadfast on the goals and truth. And so we'll close with self-determination, the analytical mind of His Majesty. So we say, give us the teachings of His Majesty. You know, we say we don't want no devil's philosophy, you know, but a lot of times, you know, we are not really understanding or overstanding the true delegation of authority that comes with Ethiopia. So when we say His Majesty gave us a charter, the delegation of authority, Europeans stormed the world, pursuing and trying to duplicate and to claim under the Pope, under the primacy of Peter, to have the authority that the great Prester John, Friar John, rolling with Robin Hood, with the staff of the sign of the king priest, the sacred monk. So we're here to teach the ancient Ethiopian story, our story, for their mythology, as they tried to make Prester John a mythology. But we know when they say king priest and the descendant of the Magi, we know their mythology is our genealogy. So in closing, I ask to have someone read key aspects of His Majesty's mind as we look at self-determination. Give thanks. Someone read for closing.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Key aspects of His Imperial Majesty stance: universal application of principles. Karamari Haile Selassie insisted that world peace depended on the universal application of the United Nations and Organization of Africa Unity principles, including self-determination and non-interference. Historic imperative. He viewed self-determination as a critical step in building liberated and unified Africa, moving from colonial subjugation to a future of sovereign nations. Call for action. He urged African leaders and the international community to courageously pursue total liberation, political, economic, and spiritual, and to reject racial superiority. Critique of complacency. He warned against complacency, reminding leaders that the fight for genuine freedom was ongoing and required unwavering commitment.
It required what?
Unwavering commitment.
Even though the road may seem like it's an everyday battle and we're already fighting every day just for survival, it's hard to stay on the path to say that we're going to fight for liberation. And that's the reality of being under an oppressive government. They have already calculated that if they already have you fighting for the basic needs of life, it's very irrelevant that you'll be able to rise up against them. That's why they never were going to build us to be able to come into economical empowerment, not as a collective, not even in a superior majority of our people. They will always keep it as a chosen few that they can control and oppress. So self-determination requires an unwavering commitment, not well, we'll just get license from them and we'll just try to make a little bit of money. And no, you have to understand and tell them, no, you're exempt. You're standing on your truth as a customary sovereign nation people under the charter of His Imperial Majesty, unwavering. Yes, I go for it.
Yes, sir. Notable speeches. When 1963 United Nations address, in his 1963 address to the UN, he called for global community transcending narrow national interests and emphasized that lasting peace required overcoming petty prejudices. 1963 Addis Ababa speech at the founding summit of the OAU. He delivered a powerful speech asserting Africa's role in world affairs and highlighting the necessity of unity among African nations for their collective strength and freedom. 1936 League of Nations appeal. Even earlier in 1936, he implored the League of Nations to support Ethiopia's right to resist Italian aggression, demonstrating his long-standing commitment to the rights of nations to maintain their sovereignty. In essence, Kedamawi Haile Selassie saw self-determination not just as a political idea, but as a fundamental human right and a prerequisite for establishing justice and enduring peace globally, especially within the context of African liberation. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good thing. Ethiopia is a critical component to our liberation. And as soon as we realize that His Imperial Majesty came to bring help, and He brought help, and He gave us a delegation of authority. He gave us empowerment to stand for our liberation, for equality, for justice, to fight against oppression, and gave us the power to save ourselves from annihilation. Kadamawi Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Give thanks. Chair, back to you.
Through the chair, Queen Ifea has her hand up. Fire.
Yeah. Queen Ifea.
Go ahead.
Yes, I couldn't see. Go ahead. Give thanks.
Yes, I perfect love will give thanks. Indeed, it always has been an inspiration as we reckon through the 23rd day, which is what says, and I walking through the valley of the shadow of death, but I fear no evil. And just to add a little bit to Pastor Daniel's readings, as I re-emphasize the importance of the Constitution as I guiding path, as I trod along through we the people, the Black people of the world. Their Majesty Haile Selassie I said, when we lay the foundation for the progress and development of the country, the fact that we granted the Constitution was in order to strengthen unity so that our country will be built around the idea of one emperor and one government in which everyone will be conscious of his duty based upon the principle of one for all and all for one. His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, May 18, 1959. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Anyway,
Yes, sir.
I didn't know. I couldn't see. I had the screen sharing, so I don't know if anyone else had their hand up. I didn't see. So I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think that was everyone. Yes, sir. I'm gonna put a musical selection for the topic. And plus, this is the 23rd day. So yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. To the chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. This I just walked in the house. My mother was on the call tonight, and I didn't want to close out. The first thing she asked me, I walked in the house, and she said, it sounded like that the story or the history of Jesus was maybe false based on what she heard tonight. But she said, "How come His Imperial Majesty, praise Jesus or however?" And I didn't know how to answer that question just a moment ago.
Beautiful, beautiful question. Remember, it's a living reality. So it always was a Star King story. So to Ethiopia, remember the Magi's are Ethiopians. The story was always about the Ethiopian Star King. So to them, the adaptation of it was not that they were adopting it in any different form. It was still the living reality of their kingdom, of who they are. So to others, it seemed as though they adopted something that was irrelevant. No, the Christos always existed in Africa. The mother child's tradition, the the baby sitting on the mother's lap, which becomes the historical Mary and Jesus, is always been an African story. The divine nature, the Christ self, has always been an African story. And then when we go through the true story of the Council of Nice, they took the story of three different components in lives and they created the Jesus story. But yet there was and is a Yahshua ben Pandadar. There was and is a Menhotep. There was and is the true science of the Christ that is within all, that is crucified by us over and over again. This story, it is a science that is not false. So to Ethiopia or to any of the ancients, it was easy to be adopted because it didn't come from the Europeans. They remember Prester John was what they were using to gain authority. They didn't represent this. They were using the cartilage of this to obtain and declare authority. The true science and the nature behind it, they never were the possessors of it. They were never the keepers of the royal cross, which was symbols of the birthright of the keepers of the throne, the one who they would call the Lord God in that time, meaning it was always God had a representative on earth. There was always the divine truth, and they were always the help. So throughout the history, this blood lineage even left its lineage in the lands of what you would call Bashan and Jerusalem. And they had to fight, and they were known as Hasmoneans, Maccabees. But these are Ethiopian stories. This is the lineage. And when we learn to understand that or overstand that, there is so much more for it. But just before we close, because you asked the question, and I really, I don't want to go too long. I don't want to, because I was going to close, but I want your mother and I want you to know we don't want to debase. We want to give people the ability to build in power and authority and understand where they're coming from. So just in the dialogue of that question, we showed this video before. And I want you to really listen to the language and understand as we just looked at their mythology as our genealogy. And this starts at Alexander the Greek. And remember, Alexander the Greek was seeking so much to be accepted by the priesthood. And then his generals, Seleucus and Platonius, then came in. So when you get to the Herod story, you get to where you think about this so-called Jesus story, you're talking about the Platonius and the Seleucid dynasty periods. And so a lot of times we miss that. So you have to listen to where Platonius and the name and the claimage, because remember, they're always using us to declare authority. Remember that, because we are the original holders of the star throne right. So just let's look at a little bit of this language, and then we'll close off of this. Give thanks.
Through the chair.
Hold on. We're not, just let me play this video because we're not going too much further. And I just want to play this for his mother, and then we'll close out.
What I just wanted to say quick.
Hold up, Cypher, please.
And it says I want to double check. Screen's not up as yet.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting the video.
Okay, all right.
All right, I found it. Quick key so that we don't leave.
Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was, the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. They write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught, because people will not obey us as the imperial power.
King David Studio Podcast.
I have with me here someone I hold very highly, whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and it's a privilege. What is your African name?
Nekrofo. Matole Nekrofo Mutsecha.
Nekrofo.
Yes.
Wow.
Nekrofo, you'll find that name amongst the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Nekrufes.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely somebody must have given.
It's my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes, in all my family, every household will have a child called Kirufo.
Okay.
Kirufo. Like his Kirufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kirufo. And my younger sister was also Kirufo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh.
Yeah.
But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that.
Yeah, Nekirufes.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta, next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization.
Got you.
But, from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Munomuki, Mwanamutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were, and the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopia, all these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated at the source of the Nile. But you see, from the time of Abraham, who was a colonialist, you have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then you have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then you have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, you won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta.
Okay. Oh, from where they're from.
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha-Kapta, the land of God Ptah. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum. That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. They are histories that with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptolemy, Mary Amun. Those names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptolemy becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the Great Kara Solar Brotherhood to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the great solar society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this great solar society was called, were called the servants of the sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek, Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle became the most important bird, because it symbolizes royal, the royal soul, spirituality. You can see also this, the Germans,
the Americans
use it, the Americans use it, but they don't know where it comes from. You see, for instance, even the word royal itself, royal derives from Ra, which is the sun. So it's only Africans who say we are the children of the sun. The Ngunis will say Sibelanga, children of the sun. The Shonas will say we are Karanga, children of the sun. And on Lake Victoria, there's an island called Ukara, where our institute, Kara Heritage Institute, takes the name. That island is also called Uranga. Ranga is the sun. Or Ulanga, Langa is the sun. Kara is the sun. So that area, you find people who call themselves on that island Wakara, Wakaranga, Wakalanga, Wakaranga, Wakalaga.
It's all the same thing.
All the same.
All referring to people of the sun.
People or children of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's where even the Egyptians, when they moved up, they established a city called Saqqara. Sa means land, Kara, the land of the sun. And the people who go to West Africa, they have a city in Ghana, Accra, which is a distortion of Akara, which is the city of the sun. And then at Mapungubwe here and Great Zimbabwe, they had temples, African people, before the whites came. The temples were called Akara, and then the Greeks say it's Acropolis. Even up in Egypt, they talk about Acropolis. And then the Arabs talk about Al-Akara. But all this means the city of the sun, or the city of the sun god. So we have better explanations of who we are, where we come from, how we got to where we are.
You've said a mouthful, but I want you to complete your thought. You're saying because?
Yeah, but you see, the materialist Christianity of the Romans, which is not about God, is about capturing people and promising them that if you believe in Jesus, when you die, you will go to heaven. And then there was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught, because people will not obey us as the imperial power, because they will think they have another chance of coming back to life. So they banned that. Now, when they got into Ethiopia, there was a church called Pa Laka. You can see Pa means the house, Laka, the sun. So Pa Laka is like Zaun, which they pronounce Zion, is the city of the sun. And the oldest university in Africa was the University of Anu. And then in the Bible, they call it On. And the Greeks call it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. So the sun is central.
Why is the sun central?
The sun is central because, you see, as an African philosopher called Lord Kem or Tau Tau Harama in Greek thought Hermes, he says that the sun is the visible God, because the sun that we see doesn't have light. There's a sun behind it. That sun behind it is called Kara, which means spirit of the sun, or the divine light. So this sun is a transmitter of the divine light, and that's why all the African kings, or rather, let me say the sun, is called Fura, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, in the Khoisan language, Pariu. And that means the Sun King, or the King of Heaven. But it is also called Thobela ya Mashako in the Kilobedu language, which means someone who controls all the four quarters of the world. And that's why you have Radio Thobela. And whether you are in Venda or Haskukune or Lobedu, Thobela, even when you greet, I'll say Thobela, which means I acknowledge the fact that you are the child of the sun. You are a royal person because you are a child of the sun. And you will say Murena, because Murena is another word for the sun or the heavenly being. That's why Basotho, they will say Morena Emuholo, meaning the king. The Xhosas will talk about Kumukane. The Zulus will say Isilo Samabandla. But Isilo Samabandla is the same as Thobela ya Mashako. And that's why African kings and queens were defined as divine or sacred beings. So we are closer to God as African people. And that's why we didn't make pictures of God, because we see God as a spiritual being, as a light being. But we have been given white pictures now. We think we are educated, we are civilized, we are godly, but when actually African people are not worshiping God. They are worshiping Europeans, icons. And then the same Bible, they say don't worship idols, but they've given us idols. In our churches, we have all these idols and so on.
How did and the question is probably, the answer is probably obvious. How did we get captured so strongly by the European beliefs that was clearly, as you said earlier, to capture? It's more designed to capture than to free.
You see, when the Romans got into Egypt, there was a Christianity called Coptic Christianity, or a Gnostic Christianity. And now they felt that that Christianity doesn't serve their purpose, because it says that there's a divine spark in you, which is also called the indwelling spirit, the spiritual man in you. In other words, your body is really a vehicle for something that came from above. So you are divine. But they decided that that is nonsense. They defined it as paganism, and then decided that the real religion is that of believing in Jesus, who they said he died and he would and got resurrected in 3 days. And that guy, Jesus, never even died there. The person who died was an African disciple of his called Simon of Cyrene. And Cyrene or Cyrenaica is Tunisia. So it's an African also who died. But that African, two clever women, they went to the grave, removed the corpse of that Simon of Cyrene, so that the Romans should not come and see that they killed the wrong person and start looking for the right person. And that Jesus fled to Ethiopia with his wife, Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man born of
We're still talking about Star King prophecies and understanding the bloodline in those times and who they were and what was going on, the legacies and understanding the connection to Ethiopia. So, yes, the Christ consciousness, the Christ truth is still the Ethiopian story. So, trust that help really always does come, and that help is came. Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
A native story, to sing a one story, called Situation Legendary. Man out at sea, till he reach day 23. Give him in his name and title, a man Maccabee. From the deepest seat of will power, from home survival story. Grab the powers of evil from rejoice. TV survivor man didn't see these choice. And return to mommy. Return to mommy. The number was 3. In Togo Digola Maccabee. Situation legendary. Situation legendary. Should have long been rescued. Cause from long time helicopter them see. Instead, people hold faith and pray the lives of needed family and familiars. Water bottomless fathers didn't take raw fish, salt water regiment. And the question, where is the tape? Culinary preferences, man up, tempting will have to wait. Day 7 they spot them, then they come up close and leave. Show up to patch, right which part the boat are lead. Yeah, situation legendary. A one story Maccabee. Joshua fought his will and spear like how we see. Same African seaman them that brave the ancient sea. From Ethiopia to Mauritania, know the switch current, yo. Out of Congo come these, man come down to bone, flesh out from all in rope all night, body come down to bone, from powerful frame before. Just to write down the numbers of the craft identity, which was confiscated as soon as his land demand them reach. Abandoned at sea, international water made of fees. Them still want money after man was badly ill-treated. Badly ill-treated. Badly ill-treated. Sing a one song. Situation legendary. Psyche come home. Heads and berries. Story called
Yes, now I'm gonna pull up the anthem to close off the night. The chaplain closes out with a prayer.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who keeps Ethiopia free and fast to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once smote thee underneath. Children automatically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our needless life, who keeps Ethiopia free and fast to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us
Yes, I give thanks. Chaplain of Zion. Okay, I think Chaplain is not able to open up his mic. What Cypher is I available to close us out with a prayer?
Yes, I. Yes, I. Baba Kadis Kudamawi Haile Selassie. Gloriful word, gloriful sound, gloriful power of the Most High. Abba Kadus Kudamawi Haile Selassie was made man, incarnate, manifest Kadus. Is the eye before the eye beginning, is the eye right now, is the eye for evermore. World without end. Selassie. Oh, Jah Rastafari, light of this world. We give thanks for this presentation tonight. And we give thanks that everybody on the program can receive enlightenment from the knowledge of the ancient times, which has been hidden from I and I throughout all of these years. And we give thanks that it's able to come forward and strengthen our meditation and our knowledge. And we give thanks for Kadamawi Haile Selassie, who is our brain leader, which would mean he's our divine intelligence, that I and I can live in his love, live in his life, live in his light, and continue with his liberation of the people. And as it's today is the day when the chapel of His Majesty's mother and father and brother was opened in Hara of Rufael, in the church of the Kiddush Rufael in 2022. The prayer of Rufael, this is Rufael, O Rufael, lead us to those we are waiting for and those waiting for I and I. O Rufael, lead us by the hand to those we are looking for. May I and I movements be guided by your light and transfigured with your joy. Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari, Sila. Give thanks.
Rasif, I apologize if I was cutting you off earlier. I just wanted us to close before 12 today.
Yeah, but all I wanted to say, Russ, was the verse in John chapter 16, verse 13.
Yes,
where,
sir.
where it just says, when he comes, the Spirit of truth, he will lead you to all truth, and he will not speak of himself. So that was really all I wanted to say is for Daniel's mother, that so she could understand that the strength of that verse there. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Future.
Yes, give thanks, give thanks. So, thank you everybody for coming in, and we look forward to seeing everyone again next Thursday. Also, on Sunday as well, we have State of Salam this Sunday and every Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that is 12 p.m. Central Time, and also 12 p.m. Jamaican Time. A little bit after that, we will be having on the second Coronation Day, we will be having a celebration in Trelawney, Jamaica. We will be having it live on Zoom via Local 49. And we'll also be having a presentation from the North Carolina Rastafari Union as well. Looking forward to this. It's going to be a beautiful celebration. and we look forward to having a journey that goes up to the 2030 anniversary, which should be very momentous because this is the 95th anniversary this year. So we got 5 years until we get to the 100. So we look forward to having a longevity of the celebration to celebrate this wonderful coronation that His Majesty and Her Majesty represented for the people in balance and in truth. So looking forward to that, and look out online for the Zoom links and the indications, and we'll have those presented next time as well as to how you can see those. So with everybody having a wonderful in-depth reasoning this evening, I'd like to say thank you all for coming in, and everyone have a good night and a good rest, and also a good rising for those who are at the front of the clock with the sun over in the east. Hope that y'all have a wonderful day as y'all enjoy everything that you do today on 24th for you all. So with gratitude and thanks. Yes, sir. Bless your love.
Yes, I'm good.
So.
You're my friends, you're my family.
Will be better than yesterday, and I'ma stop crying for things I can't control. Cause I know today will be better than yesterday, and I'ma stop crying for things I can't control. Cause I know, yeah, I know love.
This album was produced by Ron Benjamin of Midnight. Big up yourself, Ron Benjamin.
Seeing something fresh, something that the people don't know about, something that will come to them as something new.
Will be better than yesterday, and I'ma stop crying for things I can't control. Cause I know today will be better than yesterday, and I'ma stop crying for things I can't control. Cause I know, yeah, I know love. Yeah, I know love. I know. Draw them out. What I want is not what I need. It's alright. Only I can be who I be.
King of kings,
So
Lord of lords, conquering the Lion of the tribe of Judah.
all in time. What's for me will surely be. Draw them out. What I want is not
Let
what
Jah arise.
It's alright.
Only
I can be who I be. So I smile, cause there's someone who loves me. All in time. stop crying for things I cannot control. 'Cause I know today will be better than yesterday, and I'ma stop crying for things I can't control. 'Cause I know, yeah, I know, love. I know, love. I know, love. Better, better, better.
Yeah, listen, that's yeah. Yeah, stop, all right.
Rastafari.
Neglect your reservoir. Hypocrisy, hypocrisy, the whole place be under fire jar. I search the pages of Babylon, but them don't impress. No, not one. I'm comfortable.
Pull up, pull up, pull up.
Neglect your reservoir. Hypocrisy, hypocrisy, the whole place be under fire jar. I search the pages of Babylon, but them don't impress. No, not one. I'm comfortable in your ordinary. I'm comfortable in your ordinary.
Rasta to the bone.
Rastafari.
Yeah, listen, that's yeah. Yeah. Rastafari from the mountain to the plain to the pinnacle. Blacker than I said the car. Rastafari, yeah, listen,
Crazy hypocrisy, the whole place be under fire jar. I search the pages of Babylon, but them don't impress. No, not one. I'm comfortable in your ordinary.